So, councillors, we'll begin. I declare the ordinary council meeting of the 17th of November 2020 held in council chambers at the City of Subiaco open at 5:33 p.m. I welcome councillors, staff, the media and members of the community. On behalf of the City of Subiaco, I acknowledge the Whadjuk Noongar people as the traditional custodians of this area. We recognise their cultural connection to the land and waterways of Subiaco and their continuing contribution to our city. Welcome, everyone. Please note that this meeting is being recorded and live streamed from the city's website, and by being present at this meeting, you consent to the possibility that your image and voice may be live streamed to the public. Of course, confidential sections of council meetings will not be live streamed or recorded. Recordings will be made available following the meeting. So, councillors, we're at item 2, attendance and apologies. I understand we have apologies. Sorry, Councillor Stroud? Oh, I thought you were speaking. Councillor, it's up to apologies. We have an apology from Councillor Nash and an apology from Councillor Phelan. We're at item 3, disclosures of interest. I understand we have 2 disclosures of interest. Councillor McMullen, did you want to share yours?
I, Councillor David McMullen, wish to declare an interest in item C8 of tonight's agenda. The type of interest I wish to declare is an impartiality interest pursuant to Regulation 11 of the Local Government Rules of Conduct Regulations. The nature of my interest is that the officer report for item C8 recommends that McLeod's barristers and solicitors be appointed to provide legal services to assist with CEO recruitment. Mr Neil Douglas is named as the solicitor who would undertake this work. I have an interest under Regulation 11 in that Neil Douglas is a family friend.
Councillor Stroud?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I, Councillor Stephanie Stroud, wish to declare an interest in the following item to be considered by Council at its meeting to be held on today being the 17th of November. Agenda item 7.4, confidential. Actually, I think, apologies, I think actually that has changed from 7.4. It might be, it's now turned into a P something or other. Can governance please advise which one that is?
I've got that listed as an indirect financial interest in P4.
The type of interest I wish to declare is an indirect financial pursuant to Section 5.61 of the Local Government Act 1995. The nature of my interest is Jollymont Car services my car. Mr Dern, who is the proprietor, wishes to lease 23 Bishop for his car service business from the city. I understand that the above information will be recorded in the minutes of the meeting and recorded by the Chief Executive Officer in an appropriate register. Signed by myself on the 5th of November. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further disclosures of interests from councillors? So we're at item 4. We have no responses to previous questions taken on notice. We do have a council meeting statement from the CEO.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, councillors and members of the public. The conditions of entry and behaviour to this council meeting are contained in a statement displayed on the door on the entry to the council chamber. Please ensure you are familiar with the conditions so that the meeting can be conducted at an appropriate standard. Thank you.
Thank you. So we now come to public question time. Our first public question for this evening is from Mr. Peter McDonald of Onslow Road in Shenton Park.
Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. My first question is that inspection of the City's Register of Financial Interests of elected members can be done in person at the City's offices, but there are restrictions on taking copies, access can be time-consuming, and it's restricted to business hours. Various other local governments in WA, by contrast, already provide the equivalent registers on their websites and freely permit printing and downloading of content on a 24/7 basis. In the interests of improving transparency of governance and to improve public confidence that elected members are in all cases complying with their statutory duty to disclose their interest in matters that come before Council for consideration, is there any technical, legal or other reason the City's Register of Financial Interests of elected members and the City's Electoral Gift Register cannot be made publicly available for viewing and download from the City's website, in addition to the present hard copy inspection arrangements required under the Local Government Act? So that's the first question. Do you want me to do the second?
If you'd like to read your second question, please.
The second question is that on the 4th of November 2020, the Honourable David Templeman, Minister for Local Government, issued a media release advising that local government electors' meetings can now be held, provided they're in a COVID-19 safe environment and comply with social distancing. Can the City confirm it will be holding the annual electors' meeting for 2020 on or before 30 December this year, consistent with the City's advice in its news item dated 7th October, stating that it would reschedule the annual electors' meeting and the rescheduled AEM is required to be held within 56 days of the date on which the Minister lifts the COVID-19 restrictions on electors' meetings?
Director of Corporate Services.
Through you, Mayor Taylor. In answer to question 1, the Register of Financial Interests is required to be available for public inspection in accordance with the Local Government Act. There's no legal requirement to publish this information on the City's website, but the City will investigate the feasibility of including this information on the website in future to improve or provide improved transparency. In relation to the Electoral Gift Register, the Local Government Act and associated regulations were very recently updated to require this register to be available on the City's website. The City is working to address the changes to the legislation to ensure it is compliant with these new provisions, and will make updates to the website and the process in due course. In relation to question 2, the annual electors' meeting is now able to be held due to changes to the ministerial order in relation to COVID-19 made on the 6th of November 2020. However, due to the legislative changes brought in the 6th of November, impacting the City's 2019-20 annual financial statements, the statements are yet to be signed off by the Auditor-General. These statements and the final Auditor's report must be included in the annual report that is presented to Council. Under the Local Government Act, the annual electors' meeting cannot be held until the annual report is presented to Council and accepted, as the accepted annual report is required to be presented at the annual electors' meeting. The Council must hold the annual electors' meeting within 56 days after the Council has accepted the annual report. The City has sought clarification or advice from the Department of Local Government in relation to this matter, and their advice confirms this position. The advice provided in the City's news story was contingent on the City receiving the annual report before the emergency period was lifted, which has not occurred.
Mr. McDonald, if your question around the electoral gifts register related to myself, I made a declaration in the 2017 election. No other candidate made any direct declaration at either the 2017 or 2019 election regarding the electoral gift register. Our second question is from Ms. Helen Potter of Townsend Road in Subiaco.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors. In relation to the extension at 138 Bagot Road, Subiaco planning framework set the threshold for development occurring in the triangle area with a specific aim of protecting the amenity of the area. The framework clearly states that discretion should not be allowed when they have an undue adverse impact on adjoining properties. I believe unreasonable variations are being sought for this application. The massive bulk and scale of the development will cause severe loss of amenities to our living conditions, to our homes adjoining on Townsend Road. The height issue is a large concern. Our properties slope down from Bagot Road, making this 3-storey height even more excessive. There are no other 3-storey houses in the area, and I believe this will set a precedent for further building. My question is, why is the impact on our properties not being given due consideration?
Manager for Planning Services.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Taylor. The proposal has been considered on its merits and undue adverse impacts on adjoining properties has been assessed. The context of the site has been considered in the assessment of the wall and the overall height, and the proposed additions are considered to satisfy the discretionary criteria of the planning framework for the reasons that are detailed in the officer report. The locality contains 2- and 3-storey dwellings, and the development proposed is generally consistent with the prevailing development context.
Our next statement is, our next question is from Mr. Frank Torre of Nicholson Road in Shenton Park.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, councillors. Good evening. In regards to item 11.1 on tonight's agenda, my first question is simply after the OCM of the 20th of October 2020, which was last month's OCM, the council agreed in a number of areas to do certain things, including the removal of the middle line at the front of 107 Nicholson Road, parking bays, where there's currently 2 bays, and the removal of that line would then make it 1 bay. This has been brought about by the incorrect initial measurement of the bays in front of the shop to create 2 when there was never enough room and did not comply to the Australian standards. As of the 16th of November, which was yesterday, this has not occurred, which is the reason that the car parking encroachments that we're discussing this evening on this item continue to occur. So could I ask just why has this not been able to be done and when we can expect it to be done? And question 2, in light of that, considering the above has not been done, why is the council considering the installation of a temporary nib when the conversion of the 2 parking bays to 1 car parking bay, as discussed last month, will eliminate the encroachments referred to? Thank you.
Director for Technical Services.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Taylor. In relation to question 1, the removal of the painted middle line was not a decision of council at the OCM on the 20th of October 2020. City officers agreed to remove the middle line to reinforce that this is only 1 car bay. City officers had been liaising with the business owner to ascertain the best time to carry out the works, which was received last week and expected to be completed by the end of this week. In relation to question 2, the City has received an elected member's motion in relation to this matter. Given that this is only 1 standard parking bay, the City does not expect the removal of the line to completely address the issue with encroachment of the neighbouring crossover. Thank you.
Our next questions are from Ms. Janet Allen of Bagot Road in Subiaco.
Thanks for the opportunity to talk to you tonight. I live at 140 Bagot Road, and a couple of weeks ago someone mysteriously put in a heritage brochure that had been put out by the council in 2002, and it related to a lady called Doris Bonilla, who fought valiantly for the heritage value of houses in Subiaco. And she lived in my house for 56 years. And I feel duty bound because of this legacy that she has left in trying to preserve the heritage of Subiaco, to fight for her in the endeavour to keep my house, which was her house, which won't be my house forever, but I want to keep that house and the heritage value that it's worth. The proposition of the house next door, to me, is repugnant as far as maintaining heritage houses. I'll try and keep my emotion out of this. Let me tell you, it's not easy. My beautiful heritage house is listed as heritage, and I do not understand why the one next door, which would be approximately the same age, is not, and is now allowed to be undergoing this development.
Ms Allen, you have two questions that you've submitted. Would you like to read the two questions?
Setting for this because I believe I have a right to have a say, and I'm doing it for Doris actually. And I'd like to say, why have this house been allowed to be so high on the side that's on my driveway side? To me, it is well above and over the height of a building that needs to be the height it needs to be. And there's a great big window that's looking out to the northern side, which I have been informed is going to be frosted. And when the frosting window gets broken, is it always going to be frosted? And I'd like to know, is that window going to be set and closed? Because I have now got no privacy in my backyard, as I am completely overshadowed in my driveway. Is it worth me maintaining my house that was built in 1906 when, you know, anything goes?
Manager for Planning Services.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Taylor. In response to your first question, which is about visual privacy, there are two windows proposed for the northern elevation of the house subject to visual privacy relating to 140 Bagot Road. The kitchen window on the ground floor is proposed to have a louver screen, and the retreat room window on the upper floor is proposed to be obscured. To ensure this occurs, the City has recommended condition number 4 on the approval, which captures these requirements accordingly and runs with the approval for the land. In response to your second question about the height of the second storey, the second storey component is generally consistent with building heights for two-storey developments. The R codes requires overshadowing to be calculated on the southern side of development during the winter solstice, and this proposal is compliant with the overshadowing requirements. Thank you.
Next statement is from Mr Michael Fish of Nicholson Road, Shenton Park.
Thank you. I have a feeling that my questions have been answered, but I'll ask them anyway. This is in reference to item 11.1. Could the council please inform me whether the parking bay in front of the Whole Food Circus, which is 107 Nicholson Road, Shenton Park, is a legal one-car bay or a legal two-car bay, allowing for vehicles entering or leaving the driveways on either side of it? My second question is, if the car bay in front of the Whole Food Circus is a legal one-car bay, then why does the City of Subiaco continue allowing two cars to park there regularly and have allowed this to occur since it was raised as an issue with the City Council on the 19th of November 2018? Thank you.
Director Technical Services.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Taylor. In regards to question 1, the parking bay is a one standard car bay. In relation to question 2, the City does not allow two cars to be parked in the parking bay. The City is arranging for the removal of the middle line to reinforce that this is only one car bay, and this is expected to be completed by the end of this week.
Our next questions are from Ms Binney of Duke Street. I understand, Ms Binney, that you're also asking the questions for Mr Stephen Binney as well.
Yes, that's correct, Mayor. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My two questions are regarding the Rockaby Road South Local Development Plan. Question 1, are there any provisions in either the state or city's planning framework that specifically require the use of bonus provisions for determining maximum height limits? Question 2, is it possible for a planning document such as a structure plan or an LDP to prohibit the exercise of discretion in relation to particular aspects?
Manager for Planning Services.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Taylor. There are a range of provisions in all levels of the planning framework which consider incentives to justify greater development potential. Examples include Draft State Planning Policy 7.2, called Precinct Design, and the associated guidelines, and in certain circumstances in Local Planning Scheme Number 5 and the Subiaco Activity Centre Plan. In response to your second question, a structure plan or local development plan cannot be inconsistent with the city's local planning scheme, which provides for discretion to be considered in applications for development approval. The city seeks to include community benefits and consider development incentives to provide planning rigour and guidance to decision makers who are likely to consider future development applications which may seek to exceed the development controls. Without the inclusion of such information, there is limited planning scope for a decision maker to consider, respond to, and curtail development bonuses which may be sought.
If you'd like to ask Mr. Binney's questions as well, please.
Thank you. These two questions relate to the same subject. Question 1, what work has been undertaken in identifying what elements of the future built environment are so important to the local community in Rockaby Road South and can be provided within a new development that they warrant an increase of building height by an additional 50%, as is suggested in the LDP, the proposed LDP? Question 2, what framework has the city developed to evaluate whether the value of any community benefit provided for a height bonus is commensurate with the increased value of development arising from the bonus? Thank you.
Manager for Planning Services.
Through you, Mayor Taylor. A 4-day urban design forum was held with community members which informed the proposed built form controls and development incentives in the local development plan. There were over 130 total appearances by community members at the forum, representing a wide variety of views. The development incentives allow for a potential of 1 additional storey south of Heytesbury Road and a potential of 2 additional storeys north of Heytesbury Road, subject to criteria. The additional storeys do not result in a 50% height increase. The additional height does not apply to the corner sites where 3 storeys has been allocated. In response to your second question, the development incentives section of the draft local development plan includes a framework for considering community benefits. It includes matters raised in the Urban Design Forum, including but not limited to design excellence, building appearance at the street, sustainability outcomes, affordable housing, public facilities and dwelling diversity. The community has the opportunity to provide further feedback on these incentives during the public consultation phase for the local development plan. Thank you.
So we now move to public statement time. We have a number of public statements. Our first is from Mr. Roberto Perucci.
Good evening, Mayor, councillors and staff. What you've been asked to approve or reject is amongst a massive 99% variation to residential design code requirements on height on a 3-storey, not 2-storey, addition, coupled with a 25% variation requested on lot boundary setback that together will dwarf surrounding neighbouring properties and cause significant adverse effects on the amenity of the area. The bulk and scale of such additions, if approved in its current format, will cause severe visual privacy concerns, with full-length windows running up the length of the wall overlooking directly into neighbouring properties on the eastern boundary. We have been advised that Council is powerless to insist on screening of these windows. An argument put forward by the Planning Department that because the slope of the land, it is somehow a less obtrusive three-storey building may be correct if you're standing in front of the building in Bagot Road. However, all neighbouring properties on the eastern boundary and possibly the western boundary on Townsend Road are on the same continuing slope, and so the result is of an even greater real building height. It is noted that the applicant sought to reduce the impact of the proposal upon adjoining properties between the original plans and the amended plans. However, a 30 centimetres reduction is not a lot in the context of the 9.161 metres they are chasing a variation for. Not only will the three-storey building be a huge imposition on neighbouring properties, but because of the lot setback variation being sought, it will also be extremely close to our living areas, creating an overwhelming and suffocating bulk which will completely destroy any privacy currently enjoyed. If this proposal is approved, it will be the only three-storey single house and the tallest single house in the locality, setting a dangerous precedent and a risk of turning this part of Subiaco into a mini-city beach, losing its village appeal. The R codes and the local planning scheme number 5 are all very clear in their advice to decision makers, which tonight is this council, and that is to ensure that residential development meets community expectations, especially in regards to the impact of building bulk, privacy and overshadowing on adjoining properties. A proposal such as this has a devastating effect on all these issues, and so it must not be approved. Thank you.
Our next statement is from Ms Amy Barraclough of Townsend Road in Subiaco.
Good evening, Mayor, and good evening, councillors. Today you're being asked to approve a three-storey addition and alteration to an existing house because the Community and Development Services have astonishingly recommended that you do so using your discretion. The purpose of the R codes and local planning scheme number 5 is to set a standard of what the community considers fair and just in terms of residential development. And what this variation is seeking to do is alter this in favour of one neighbour over other neighbours by a staggering 99% in relation to the wall height. Not surprisingly, the effect of this is that privacy becomes a very real adverse issue for me. As stated at the previous council meeting, there is no discretion to ensure that the glass windows, which are positioned all the way up the east side of the building, directly overlooking the rear courtyard of my house, could be screened or frosted. The only private yard area I have is the courtyard directly adjacent to the highest part, three-storey addition, and the size of the courtyard is 4 metres by 6 metres, and there's no other courtyard on my property. This is effectively my sanctuary, given I live on Townsend Road, close to the roundabout. It's very busy and noisy. The area is utilised on a daily basis, and my living area opens directly onto it. Further, I have a diagnosed medical condition that requires I expose areas of my skin to sunlight, and as such I use this courtyard as my private space to treat and maintain my condition. As a young woman, anything which affects my personal privacy is a very real concern, and this will greatly affect the way I live and maintain my health. I personally have no issues with development and people wishing to enhance their residence, but I do have issues when that becomes totally inequitable for those around and when amenities such as privacy adversely impact on people's everyday lives. When discretion is used in instances such as this, the greater the discretion sought, the greater the potential for negatively impacting those affected. And I'm here to say that this use of discretion to approve a three-storey addition will greatly negatively impact my everyday life. This planning application has been incredibly stressful, and I've thought of nothing else and would simply ask each councillor present here tonight to put themselves in my shoes when considering whether or not to approve the application. Thank you.
Our next statement is from Mr Frank Torre, 107 Nicholson Road.
Thank you again, Mayor and councillors. And again, I'm referring to item 11.1 on tonight. And if I'm speaking too loud, I understand. I refer to the item and in concert with my earlier questions, and I believe tonight that this matter should be voted down. As discussed at the council meeting and earlier on, it was noted the parking encroachments of the driveway at Perth Party Hire, which we know has been an issue, has been a result of the car parking bays in front of Whole Foods Circus incorrectly marked by this council at the start. They have put 2 bays there, there should only be 1. As the manager of services have told us tonight that should be rectified by the end of this week, we believe that once that is converted to 1 bay, that should alleviate the encroachment problems. The view that this will be effective is a view that this will not be effective, which has been stated by the manager earlier on in his belief, and also by the councillor in this motion, is not supported by any data, it's not supported by any evidence, and it hasn't been presented to any of the stakeholders in any consultation with us so far. It's purely by some photos of what has been going on with the situation that was made by this council or its officers in incorrectly marking the bays at the start. I also believe that the motion itself is flawed in that it is couched, as it says, in an unproven statement that the motion is to facilitate the safe use of 103 Nicholson Road's crossover and driveway. There's once again no evidence or data has ever been presented that the current situation is unsafe, or has any data or evidence ever been provided to say that with the conversion of the parking bay to 1 bay, that there would be any safety concerns. This motion is flawed in that this is not about safety, this is about an inconvenience, which we agree it is an inconvenience, but we believe should be resolved with the reconversion of the 2 bays back to 1 as it's supposed to have been done some time ago. Therefore, I ask that this motion is not carried tonight and an assessment be undertaken once the bays have been modified to 1 bay to see if the problem continues. The council has a camera there already taking photos. The data will be readily available, and that data can form part of the analysis and the community consultation process that this council has agreed to undertake at its meeting of last month. Thank you.
Our next statement is from Ms Sarah Atkins of 138 Bagot Road in Subiaco, and I understand this is to be read by Josephine Hatter.
Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. My name is Josephine Hatter and I am speaking on behalf of my family who reside at 138 Bagot Road. We have lived in our home for nearly a decade together. My grandfather, who you may know as Dr. James Battleland, 40 years before that. Subiaco was written into our heritage, it twisted and intertwines within our bloodline. My maternal line is in fact 5 generations strong Subiaco community. We have been so excited for the opportunity to both fix up and improve our homes, so to allow for us to remain living as an extended family comfortably for many generations to come. My 3 siblings and I have all attended the local primary school, as did Nana, whose dad once taught there, and are now at Shenton College. Currently, we are bursting at the seams. The outdated 80s extension is in a state of disrepair. We have done everything possible to maintain the original character of the house, the only alteration being the movement of a window, so to allow more privacy for our west neighbour. It would be so lovely to finally have a functioning kitchen and more than 1 bathroom between the 7 of us. It would also be a comfort knowing that we have the space to grow and take care of one another. All of us love living here. We would never wish to mess with the traditional aspects of Subiaco. In fact, maintaining the heritage aesthetic is a major factor within the plans. We have been surprised after so much encouragement from state and federal government to build and renovate that this process has been so lengthy. Not only my family, but Martin, our builder, and his team have remained patient and have always obliged with council recommendations and regulations throughout. If the size of the renovation has been a cause for concern, I'd like to point out that the proposed 3 stories is due to an existing underground level, which will be made larger due to our sloping block of land. We have tried to make the most of what is already existing to maintain our green space, which is an extremely important which is extremely important for our well-being, let alone being much more environmentally sound. It has also been made sure that the extension cannot be seen from the front, therefore not affecting the street view. There were objections made in relation to overshadowing and overlooking. This proposal is 100% compliant with both issues. The planning staff had confirmed this. Mayor and councillors, the plans my family have submitted for your approval have been made with the main goals of bringing life into the beautiful traditional Subiaco home of ours and keeping our loved ones nearby. After the wildly upside-down year we've all shared, I'm sure you can all understand the increased desire to ensure your family remain close. Thank you for your time and your ears this evening.
Our next statement is from Ms Janet Allen of 140 Bagot Road, Subiaco.
I'm really not trying to make this meeting weird, but I didn't realise I had to do the statement, then the questions, because I haven't been to a meeting before. So I've virtually covered everything that I would like to say, so I won't take long, except that I'd like to just reinforce that I am looking after the property of Doris, who was a heritage fighter. She would be rolling around in a grave if she knew what was going on, because she was so adamant about keeping things, well, reasonable. So I'm just wondering what would happen if I had proposed such an extension or a demolition at my house. Because it's heritage listed, I don't think that would have been a possibility. I feel vulnerable, actually, about what's going to go on. I have a huge crack in the lounge room wall of my house, and I'm wondering, is the building works going to cause this to be extended? And if that's the case, who covers the cost of that? I'm also at the point of needing to spend at least $50,000 on my home to maintain it. Not quite more than 50, so I won't be getting the support of the government. And I'm just completely concerned about the privacy and the statuesque heritage value of my home. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next statement is from Mr Mel Thomas of 103 Nicholson Road.
Got it. I'm one of the owners of Perth Party Hire, which is situated at 103 Nicholson Road, Shenton Park, and I'm here to speak for the motion being put forward by Councillor Jennings for Council to consider the installation of a temporary curbed nib. We're unfortunately having to put up with two vehicles parking in the one legal car bay in front of the shop at 107 Nicholson Road, Shenton Park. The second car, when parked, restricts access to our on-site customer parking. We've been trying to address these issues for the past 3 years and find the parking problems are still causing major safety issues, and we're now getting customers complaining to us about the danger of entering and exiting our private property parking. We would like to thank the owners of the Whole Food Circus for acknowledging the problem and putting up a sign 3 weeks ago to try to encourage their customers not to park there and intrude on the crossover. Unfortunately, the situation has not improved, as confirmed by the many photos we have forwarded to Council. When we do approach illegally parked cars and ask the drivers to please move, we are encountering a lot of aggression, and this is a position we should not be put in and we find unacceptable. We're just a small family-owned local business that has operated for over 30 years in the same location. We congratulate the Whole Food Circus on their success and have tried to help them with their parking issues by having our permanent staff now park in our on-site car park to free up additional street parking. We've never wanted the issue to become personal. However, recent interactions with Mr Tory, co-owner of the Whole Food Circus, have been confronting, aggressive and intimidating. Our main concern has always been the safety of our customers and staff, and we feel that it is a very dangerous situation for vehicles having to navigate 2 lanes of traffic when travelling west on Nicholson Road, because they have to pull out wide to get around any vehicles that are intruding on our crossover. It's an accident waiting to happen, and we're not trying to reinvent the wheel. We're just trying to make this safe and allow our customers to use our crossover to enter our premises. Discussions with council staff have informed us that the installation of a temporary nib is an inexpensive and easy fix to the problem, and this measure will solve the current safety issue and would allow all parties to take a breath. We can then monitor the situation to see if the nib has fixed the parking and safety issues to the satisfaction of all parties. We strongly request that the council approves the motion put forward by Councillor Jennings as a matter of urgency so that we can continue to operate our business in a safe manner for all of our customers and staff. And I'd just like to add, obviously the council's thinking about putting, remarking the lines, but you'll find that most of the cars that park in that bay are covering the line anyway. So the second car coming in can't even see that line and is still coming in behind the first car. I thank you for your time.
Our next statement is from Mr Michael Fish of 103 Nicholson Road.
I apologise for not introducing myself earlier on. Yes, good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, councillors and council officers. My name is Michael Fish. I am the owner of the property of 103 Nicholson Road. I'm a ratepayer and a half owner of Perth Party Hire. To reiterate what my business partner has just declared, I'm here to speak regarding the motion being put forward by Councillor Jennings for Council to consider and approve the installation of a temporary curb nib outside of a Whole Food Circus, and this will alleviate the ongoing safety risk to our customers, our staff and the public. Perth Party Hire's greatest concern is safety first, and we would think this would be also the Council's main concern. Continually over any given day, 2 vehicles park in front of the Whole Food Circus in what is only a 1 legal car bay, not 2. The daily running of our business is persistently inconvenienced and, most importantly, greatly compromised to be able to keep a safe external environment for our customers and business vehicles to enter and exit our property. When a second car is parked at the Whole Food Circus, it can sit 1/3 to halfway across our driveway, restricting and sometimes blocking full access to our on-site parking bays that we provide for our customers, staff and work vehicles. Often the circus customers use our driveway as a turning point to stop and then reverse out into oncoming traffic to then park as the second car in front of the circus shop and then restrict our driveway. We have our own customers and company vehicles coming and going at any time of the day. Therefore, at times our staff may need to approach the shop's illegally parked customers, as has been mentioned, and when all we do is encounter some aggressive behaviour because basically they just want to get out and get a cup of coffee. In doing so, on occasions, we have felt rather intimidated, and our staff are now uncomfortable approaching these vehicles. Perth Party Hire, which is previously Hendy's Hire Service, has been operating from that same premises since 1983. That's 37 years. I have owned it and our family as a local business for 32 years, and in that time we have never before encountered this constant safety issue that we're now encountering. So, Perth Party Hire strongly requests that the Council approve the motion put forward by the Councillor Jennings as a matter of urgency, and it is inevitable that there will be an accident and possibly injury if the Council does not act on putting a curb nib in to rectify.
Thank you, Mr Fish. Our next statement is from Mr Badelin of 138 Bagot Road, and I understood it's to be read by Dorothy Atkins.
How do I turn this on? With all that's been spoken of, my statement is very mild. Good evening, my name is Dorothy Atkins. Good evening, Mayor, councillors, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dorothy Atkins. I'm the mother of Sarah, and the partner of Jim Battlen, who lived in the property for nearly 40 years. 9 years ago, he very kindly allowed our family to move in there. Prior to submitting the design for renovations, my very efficient builder here tonight consulted with the city's planning services to establish design guidelines. During the design process, my builder and designer worked tirelessly, many meetings with the City of Subiaco Planning Officer Hayden to achieve a satisfactory design which would meet all necessary requirements. An application to renovate was lodged in June 2020. June 2020. Letters were sent to neighbours close to us, 4 neighbours on the east side, 3 at the back, 1 on the west side, and the homes across the road. On speaking to our friendly neighbours, we learned 2 had objected. 2. Our builder worked with the planning officer to address the objection. The height of the second storey was decreased, and it is only second storey. It's referred to as 3-storey because the ground level is actually beneath the level of the ground. There's always been a kitchen there. That's to become a bedroom and an ensuite. So that's really 2 storeys we're talking about. The second storey is level where the building is now, and then there's to be a bedroom and a bathroom on the top. Described as a 3-storey house, it is really 2 storeys. I shouldn't have added all that. Our builder worked, the height of the second storey was decreased lower than the existing roof of the house that's there now. The storey that we're adding is lower than the existing roof of the house that's there now. The east side was moved further into the block, now a distance of nearly 5 metres from the east boundary. Imagine 5 metres between their boundary and the new building. Before submitting the plans, being thoughtful to the neighbour, a window that has always overlooked their property straight into their pergola area is to be removed, bricked up, and we're reusing that window so we keep the appearance of the house, the heritage house as you might say, being relocated away from the side boundary to the back of the home. And this is coming from Jim. When I offered our family to move into Bagot Road 9 years ago with only 1 bathroom and 6 of us, sometimes 7 living in the home, the long-term plan was always to renovate. It has been renovated, but those renovations are deteriorated. There has been no addition or change to the front of the lovely old Subiaco-style home. The new addition is at the back of the home, in the centre of the block, and cannot be seen from Bagot Road. Cannot be seen from the left, the right, directly in front. You cannot see the new renovation. We have done everything the planning department has asked us to do and addressed objections. The planning department have given approval for the renovations, and we ask for a positive response, please, from council to renovate our home. 5 months have passed. Our kind, thoughtful daughter deserves a nice kitchen. Joe. I can't go on. We were friends, Doris Bonnier and Al. We used to give Christmas presents to each other. She would be the
Ms.
Thank you for listening to me. Thank you for your time.
Well, that's our last statement for this evening, and so that ends public statement time. We now move to item 7 and approve deputations. Councillor McMullen, I understand you have a petition?
Thanks, Mayor Taylor. I'll read out what I've been given. It's apparently been signed by 325 people, and it's titled Proposal to Change the Method of Filling the Office of Mayor or President. And it says, to the Mayor of the City of Subiaco, the method of filling the office of Mayor currently used by the City of Subiaco is election by electors of the district. The electors of the City of Subiaco, whose names, details and signatures are set out in the attached list, propose that the method of electing the Mayor of the City of Subiaco be changed to election by the Council from amongst the councillors. A summary of the reasons for the proposed change is as follows. Elected councillors have good reason to nominate and vote for a mayor who is an existing councillor and who has experience in council procedures, who will listen and who will represent the consensus of the councillors whilst holding their position to high account. A mayor has no executive power. For this reason, a promise of a policy made in a mayoral campaign has no prospect of delivery unless the policy secures support by the majority of elected members. With the current method, it can be difficult for voting electors to know definitively that any mayoral candidate will have the experience and judgment to elicit respectful cooperation and collegiality from elected members.
Thank you. So to ensure transparency and accuracy, can we have the minutes show that Councillor McMullen has submitted a petition calling for ratepayers and electors to lose their right to vote for the mayor? Thank you.
Point of order, Mayor Taylor. I don't think that's what I just did.
Sure. So, councillors, we're coming to item 8, confirmation of minutes of previous meetings. We have 8.1, ordinary council meeting, 20th of October 2020, that the minutes of the City of Subiaco ordinary council meeting held on Tuesday, the 20th of October 2020, be held confirmed as a true and correct record. Do I have a mover and a seconder for the minutes? Thank you, Councillor Mansfield. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Rowe. Can I call the vote on the minutes, please? So the minutes are carried 10-0. Councillors will now move to item 9, announcements by the presiding member without discussion. Well, firstly, I'm really glad to report that business community confidence is growing across the City of Subiaco. In the last 3 months, we've had a flurry of new businesses open, and just a small snapshot include the following. The Vibe Hotel with their storehouse restaurant and their cafe at the base. And some of you might know also that the Subiaco Hotel, although certainly not new, is opening after their renovations at the end of November, which I know many people are looking forward to because I am regularly asked when they are reopening. Other businesses include the Be Free Organics, Restaurant Caleb, Ribs and Burgers, Layers Bakery, Cherubino City Cellar, Urban Soul Foods, which is opening their second premises in Subiaco on Rockaby Road, Refined Pre-Loved, Other Side Brewery, and Jet Empire Jewellery. These businesses join, of course, a thriving community of businesses in the City of Subiaco, and we welcome their investment and commitment to our whole community. Now, another significant event that's happened recently was our Remembrance Day community events. As you might be aware, the Civic Anzac Day celebrations were cancelled due to COVID-19. And so this was the first opportunity to have commemorations with the RSL since the COVID restrictions have been in place. So we have our regular just before 11 a.m. ceremony out the front of the Civic Chambers here, but another interesting event was held that day, and I'd like to share a little bit of detail around that. Mr. John Taylor, a retired surgeon, collected seeds from the Aleppo pines growing in the War Memorial in Canberra. He grew these seeds into young sapling trees in the nursery at Carryup Golf Course with the intention that the trees would be provided to somebody in the community so that the legacy of the trees could grow with the community, and who would be the custodians of the trees and their important historical significance. So Mr. John Taylor was looking for a home and for custodians of the trees, approached Mr. John Burke, the principal of Bob Hawke College, to ask if they'd like to plant some pines on the school premises. Now, this was described as serendipity by Mr. Burke, the principal, because, of course, as you know, we already have some Aleppo pines there. And unfortunately, in the large storm and in the last couple of years, we did lose 2 Aleppo pines. So Mr. Burke very happily contacted the city to coordinate where the trees would be best placed, and the 3 parties met with Development WA. So it was agreed to incorporate the young pines lost in the line of existing Aleppo pines, replacing the 2 trees lost near the school on Subiaco Road. Now, this planting of the trees, which was attended by members of the city of Subiaco and Subiaco and Shenton Park sub-branch RSLs, and they formed part of the Remembrance Day celebrations. And this saw the continuation of the significance of these row of trees, and the school, along with the rest of the community, are now the custodians of this tradition. These Aleppo pines will continue to be propagated from seed at the Carrinuff Golf Club so that the tree planting will continue, and the tradition of commemorating fallen and returned servicemen and women in our community, let me rephrase that. The commemoration of fallen and returned servicemen and women. And we will ensure that the city, local RSLs, the school and our community continue this story into the future. CEO, I'd like to thank the staff involved at the City of Subiaco for that beautiful event. If you can pass that on, please. And we were very pleased that this was such a sort of serendipitous, beautiful event. And the quite moving part was students who attended it the day talking about how, you know, these trees will grow as they grow, and at some time in the future they'll be able to see the shade of these trees on their own children and grandchildren, which is quite lovely. And that is the end of the presiding member discussion. So we'll now move on to our next item, officers' reports. We have a number of items this evening. For the information of the public gallery, it is intended that a number of the recommendations as presented to this meeting will be grouped together and passed en bloc, as no amendments or alternative motions have been received from elected members for these recommendations. At present, I have the en bloc motion in front of me. D1, C2, C3, C4, C5, C6 and C7. Councillor De Vries.
Mayor Taylor, I'd like to just make a brief comment about the officers' report D1, if that's okay with you. So take that.
Remove D1. If there's no further withdrawals, I'd like a mover and a seconder, please. Thank you, Councillor Mansfield. Thank you, Councillor Davis. So, councillors, if I've got the en bloc motion with the removal of D1, can I call the vote on that, please? The item is carried 10-0. Councillors, we're just going to take a brief adjournment for 5 minutes. It's 6:30 and we will come back at 6:35 p.m. and commence with D1, please. Thank you. So on page 2 of the agenda, committees reports, matters for information, disability access and inclusion initiatives. Have we got everyone back? Who are we missing? Councillor Powell? Well, I'll resume the meeting at 6:36 p.m. if you'd like to do whatever you need to do to get us, because we're doing the live streaming thing, it goes back on. Councillor De Vries, would you like to move D1? Yep. Do I have a seconder for D1? Thank you. I think we've got Councillor Hammersley. Councillor De Vries.
The report often just gets a bit buried, so I thought I'd just highlight a few quite salient things that are coming up and worthy of recognition. There's so much work that's been done and we could skim over it, but I think it's worth pulling out some significant things that are coming along. So this disability access and inclusion initiatives are things that are done across the city, and if you read it, there's a lot, but 3 that are coming up I think are important. In December, on December 3rd, it's the International Day of People with Disability, and in partnership with Mission Australia, the City of Subiaco will celebrate an International Day of People with Disability art exhibition, and that's actually going to run for 2 weeks in the Subiaco Library, and it will be a significant first, I think, and it's also led to some other positive initiatives with Mission Australia. So Mission Australia were able to get a community development grant to offer support for the exhibition, and the city has identified some additional value adding to the project, so they're partnering with Mission Australia to deliver two additional workshops to the artists to assist them in developing their skills and confidence. And the aim of this day is to promote the rights and well-being of persons with disability in all spheres of society and development. So this is a really positive action on behalf of Mission Australia and the City of Subiaco. The other 2 exciting events are, of course, the Community Christmas Lunch, which has been an annual event since 2017 and will be held at the Subi Church on Christmas Day. So you're welcome. If you're spending Christmas alone, you don't need to do that. And the last one is Sunset at Subi concerts, which are ongoing and from the end of the year into 2021. And I'm sure we're all looking forward to enjoying some more festivities as we've been having a difficult year. Thank you so much, and I commend this to you.
Any further speakers, or I'll look to putting the vote? Okay, if I could call a vote, please. So the item is carried 10-0. Councillors, we will now move to E1. On page 7, see Subiaco event sponsorship and funding allocation. I note we have an alternate from Councillor Hammersley as well. Do I have a mover and a seconder, please, for E1? Thank you, Councillor Mansfield. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Rowe. Councillor Mansfield.
Thanks, Mayor. Look, I'm on the EBSAC committee, and these items were discussed in length at the EBSAC committee, but I just wanted to say that I am in very strong support of the sponsorship allocations that's come before Council tonight. There's a really exciting and diverse range of events with some great partnerships with some new organisations. For example, I think this is the first time, as far as I know, that the city's partnered with the WA Opera, which will no doubt, I guess, attract a different cross-section of our community to the Cooking with Opera series. The City of Subiaco has a lot of very passionate dog owners, and it's great to see an event that is going to bring them together, which again, I guess, is targeting a different cohort of our community. I certainly do support the continued funding for the comedy festival. It's turning into a very popular and very successful event, which brings some great energy to the Regal sort of theatre precinct, and increased visitation to Rockaby Road and associated businesses. I also note that we're supporting a scaled down fringe hub, which I think is also a fantastic idea, and it will attract fringe audiences to Subiaco, which can only be a good thing. When you add up, I guess, the expected patronage of all of the events listed in the report, although it's only, I guess, an approximate figure, it looks like it's going to draw visitors in excess of 20,000 to the city across this array of events, which is a fantastic outcome. These events and activations create energy, vibrancy, they draw people to Subiaco, and they help drive economic development. After what's been a challenging year, I can think of no better way to end 2020 and welcome 2021 than with this series of community-focused events, which will bring economic opportunities for local business.
Councillor Rowe.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. Look, just simply to say, because that was very comprehensive from Councillor Mansfield, but it's great to see a lot of small, frequent events coming into play for Subiaco. We're pretty well famous for some of the larger things that were set up years ago, what we used to call the street party, that sort of thing, which just out of interest used to be paid for originally by the Business Association and with some help from the city, but not much. And then it moved on to be a charge to the businesses that line the streets of Rockaby, and eventually down to the bottom at the railway station used to pay for a large segment of it, with a slightly larger contribution from the city. So we've moved on now where we've got people who are getting behind, groups who are getting behind this, these miscellaneous events, and the diversity of the events is what we want, to just identify different areas of our community that enjoy different events. So I support this. I could flag that one thing I'd like to say about it is some of them are managed by groups that can't handle any more burden of requirement to comply, and I'm just flagging that the amendment that I see there is quite onerous for those people. Thank you.
Any further speakers on the motion? Councillor Hammersley, did you want to test your amendment? Oh, sorry, just I'll go with that. Sure. Councillor Hammersley.
Yeah, thanks. I won't spend too much time on it, but I think there's been a misunderstanding of the intent. It's not meant to...
Sorry to jump in. I've got you. You're going to move it though. So you're going to move it. Do I have a seconder for the amendment, Councillor Strad? Councillor Hammersley.
Sorry, skipping on. I think there's been a misunderstanding as to the intent. All this is about is feeding information back into the decision makers, because these sponsorships are not just to create a nice feeling for people. These sponsorships are about economic development, and we want to make sure that they are actually achieving the things that have been set out to achieve. So it's really just about reporting. It's not meant to be overly onerous. In fact, I've noticed that many of the organisations which we have sponsored are very well aware of these sorts of requirements, and they generally in their proposals tell us this is how we'll do our little report at the end. So it's not meant to be a glossy brochure. It's just turning their mind to the criteria upon which they were handed public money, and I will emphasise that this is public money, and some of it is being fed into private businesses. Now that's fine. I have no problem with that at all, providing that the money is actually having a public benefit. And I think it's incumbent on us to measure that in some way. So a small event needs probably one or two sentences under each of the categories upon which they were granted the money, saying, you know, we think we didn't have a measurer, but we think about 800 people turned up. As best as we can tell, they were local residents, or they were a mix of people from in and outside the city. It's nothing more than that. In terms of the staff's concerns about the timing issue, I'm not proposing that it be done retrospectively or in respect of these particular grants. I'm supporting these grants because we've moved through the process, and I'm happy to support them. It's about the future. And so it's just so that there's just this continuing flow of information that comes back when it's available. Now, if you have an event that's in May and that comes to the May meeting and you don't have the information, well, you can't provide it, but it could come to the next one because these happen every 6 months. So it gives a little bit of time. So it wasn't intended to be a massive burden. It's just balancing up that need to be accountable for public money and make sure that it is actually doing public good, and that's all it is. So I would hope that it would be supported so that we just get a little bit more formality in the information coming back to decision makers. Thank you.
Councillor Stroud.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Firstly, I'd just like to acknowledge the eclectic, the eclectic mix here, and very much welcome it. As I agree that having the West Australian Opera on board, to have the festival back, the same with Fringe World, Subilicious. This will be perhaps I think the 3rd or 4th year. I think it's great to have that repetition as well, because people get used to the idea and they look out for it, and hopefully they come back and engage more in the event, as well as having the news series. So all very good, and complement the Economic Business Committee's work on this. I agree with Councillor Hemsley, and as a result I was very happy to support this amendment, and I was quite surprised with the staff response. I was very surprised actually, because a lot of this work I feel is quite reasonable to expect to have this feedback, and I would imagine the city would be able to also assist with much of this feedback, because I would like to think that the city is monitoring the success of these events as well. I also feel that where the circumstances are that they weren't, and I'm referring here to the officer's comment, where events were not, for example, delivered, or where they're coming in new for the first time, well then obviously we just have a section that says not applicable, and that deals with it. We're not asking for any organisation to provide something they cannot provide because they haven't had the event before. So that's all we need. Now, as far as the name of office bearers, directors and principals, if you go to the website of these organisations, all but one of the organisations, that information is there. So I don't see why that is onerous either. Any of these businesses that are running websites usually, have all this information on the website. And we're a local government. In the name of transparency, I think it's a reasonable expectation, particularly as a local government where we do expect disclosures of interest, and we depend on the people to provide the disclosures. We can't second guess that. We need that to be done. So therefore I very much support this amendment. I just think it strengthens our way forward. Thank you.
Further speakers on the amendment? Councillor Mansfield.
While I appreciate that perhaps Councillor Hammersley is suggesting that her amendment wasn't intended to be, overly burdensome or onerous, the way in which it's drafted, it is, and the staff don't support it, and neither do I. At EBSAC meetings, staff will frequently provide us with a follow-up report on the outcome of events that have occurred and the degree to which they've met the 6 criteria that the City of Subiaco have in terms of assessing these sponsorship allocations. the process, I believe, that is articulated in this amendment is unwieldy, it's onerous, and I think it's really going to act as a disincentive for groups and organisations to partner with the city in the future. These events are often run by small community groups and organisations who often put, or who always put, in my experience, a lot of their own time, effort and expense into running them. Running these events is hard work, it's not easy. People do it because they're passionate about it, and we need to incentivise and encourage, not discourage it through unnecessary and cumbersome reporting, in my opinion. Additional staff hours, I think, will be required from the city's point of view to, I guess, enforce the additional reporting requirements. And we're not talking about, I guess, huge sums of money here. We're talking about sponsorships, for example, between... Sorry, Councillor Stroud, did you have something to say? Oh, okay. We're talking about sums of money between $4,000 and $15,000, and it's simply not practical to administer a sponsorship program in the manner described in this amendment. And I think, furthermore, what's being put forward isn't actually related to the motion at hand. What we're being asked to do tonight is to endorse funding of 6 community events. Council's not being asked to reform or review the sponsorship program. We'll have an opportunity to do that as the officer comment states in 2021, and that's probably going to be a more appropriate time for these kinds of sweeping changes to be considered. So for me, I'm not supporting it.
Speaker for the amendment. Councillor De Vries.
Through you, Mayor Taylor. This is a question for Director Morton. Just in your office's reports, you mentioned that this, in 2021, you are looking at doing a similar review. Is that correct, or is that to do with B, details of sponsorship money? Because I know we've had this discussion before, and there is some acquittal process that already takes place. Could you clarify if that happens, and if that acquittal could be brought to Council's attention if that is the case? Thank you.
Director Morton.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Taylor. In response to the first question, as has been mentioned in the officer comment, officers did mention to the EBSAC committee when we met earlier that we will be doing a review of the Subiaco sponsorship round. There's a number of reasons for that. Firstly, the round's been around for 2 or 3 years, and it's good practice to look at reviewing that. And we also want to look at the types of applications we've been getting and make sure that the round is attracting good applicants, and also that we're managing the mix of sort of community-led applications versus the more sort of experienced and larger event operators. So that's something that we've committed to and we'll be doing next year, and working through EBSAC to do that. The second question was about the acquittal process. There is a acquittal process currently for Subiaco sponsorship. We ask the applicants to report back against the 6 priorities, which they're assessed against. They were also asked to provide a budget and to respond to that budget and other information. Actually, earlier this year, Council did ask for the acquittal report to be provided when they were considering an earlier round of this, and this was provided through the 17th of June EBSAC round and the 7th of July OCM, and it did result in delays of a couple of months for consideration for the sponsorship. Thank you.
Councillor De Vries, did you want to speak to the amendment? Speaker for the amendment? Speaker against the amendment, Councillor McMullen.
Firstly, I'd just like to say for the record that I think Councillor Hammersley's right to raise this. No one's got an entitlement to public monies, and there needs to be some accountability involved. But I do take some comfort from the officer comment that much of these forward-looking things will be addressed in 2021. So to draw on Councillor Mansfield's point, what we're doing tonight is approving one lot of expenditure, but that's not to say that reforms can't come later on. So I don't think it's particularly onerous what's being proposed, and I'd certainly sleep well tonight if it got up by a narrow margin. But something in the officer report, I suppose, really jumped out at me, and that was the comment that fundamentally this this amendment proposal doesn't represent best practice, and it creates an unnecessary level of process. I think we work in a very heavily regulated sector, and a lot of that's unavoidable. But when there's times that we can make things a little bit easier for people without causing too much loss to the city, we should probably do it. So this won't have my support, unfortunately.
Speaker for the motion, Councillor Jennings.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't think that it's onerous. Staff have just told us that the acquittal information is being obtained and asked for in any event, so I don't really understand how it's a burden on the people being granted the sponsorships or the groups, or on staff for that matter, other than that it will have to be, I guess, put into a format that is suitable to be presented to the committee meeting. So the fact that this is sort of being formally recorded is how I see this this matter coming or being enacted. As to the names of office bearers, etc., of the organisations, I mean, the organisation should have that information at their fingertips, presumably, if they're incorporated or they're a company. So I can't see how that's very burdensome. And the other thing, the way that I read the amendment, is that it's not an acquittal report about the people who are applying for the sponsorship. It's just acquittal reports about what has happened previously, who may or may not be previous recipients of sponsorship. And so, as I see it, it's not really an issue in that regard. And as has been pointed out, if the information is not available, then it can't be included in the acquittal report that's required. So, thanks.
Councillor De Vries.
Through you, Mayor Taylor, this is another question regarding the officer's comments. Certainly I recognise that there is concern that this would add a increased workload for the officers administering this. Could you advise me if measuring foot traffic is an area that would take officers' time and energy, and how would that be measured, for example, and is that something that is a concern? Also, just could you clarify a little bit more about that it's not practical to administer a sponsorship program in this manner? I just want a bit of further clarifications, if that's okay. Thank you.
Director Morton.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Taylor. In terms of the measuring foot traffic, that's something that we'd ask the event proponents to do, and that's based on sort of observations from the event, or if it's a larger event they're doing counts. There's also a significant marketing report that normally is attached to that from the Subiaco team, which talks about the traffic in terms of social and digital media reach. In terms of the comment about it's not common for a sponsorship round to be administered this way, that comment's referring to in terms of asking for proponents to provide information about their board and their directors and things like that. That's not something that I'm familiar with it being common, and I'm not sure what officers would do with that information if we were to receive it, how that assessment would be made. And as the officer comment said, in terms of the reason for that was around conflicts of interest, and I feel through the committee process, all committee members are required to provide declarations when they're assessing that, and from my observation the committee has done that very well on the last few occasions when they've been considering those reports. Hope that's helpful. Thank you.
Further speakers on the amendment. Councillor Powell.
I have a question, Mayor, if I may. Through you to the Director of the program is going to be re-evaluated next year or reviewed. How long will that process take, and will it be before the next round of sponsorships? Thank you.
Director.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Taylor. I'm not sure how long that would take, but officers would definitely be looking to do that before the next round, which would be the July to December 2021 round. So we'd look to do that early in the new year with EBSAC so that we could get it before we start calling for nominations, which is about March from recollection. Thank you.
And just a small follow-up question. And would that review take into account the points that are being made in this, essentially in this amendment?
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Taylor. It would depend on what Council endorses this evening in terms of what officers are directed to do, but certainly, I guess, taking on the point about making sure that reports to EBSAC about event funding and how that's been done, if there's a better way that that can be communicated through, although I do feel that that is currently done adequately, but yeah, we'll see what we end up with tonight. Thank you.
I'll have a couple of words if I can, Mayor, on the... look, I am aware that at the EBSAC meetings there have been some issues raised about the metrics, about acquittals, about some of the matters that are actually engaged upon in this amendment. I'm also aware that, I think at the last EBSAC meeting some of these matters were raised, and that was where I think I first learnt that a review was going to take place. Now, it seems to me that some of the matters that have already been discussed at EBSAC that are put for review, and some of the matters that have been put in this amendment seeking this sort of approach have already been put in train, if you like, for the review. Now, I can see benefit in this amendment, but I also believe that, if it's already been tackled in another way, then I probably am going to prefer not to prescribe how it's addressed until the review actually comes back, and the review will be before the next round of grants. So that's probably where I'm sitting at the moment.
Further speakers, Councillor Rowe.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. Yes, we've got a couple of pertinent points we've heard in the last few minutes. It's a lot of this detail here, which the staff have had comment about. It's not as if we don't have a lot of that information at the front end of the application, both to the committee and to the staff. A lot of this information is gathered, but we know who we're giving the money to. But there's just things that I think we should leave it to staff to fine-tune in an appropriate way. And the word prescriptive was quite appropriate. Things like increased number of local businesses participating, that might be so bad, increased foot traffic and visitors to the city centre connected with the event or activity. Well, to do that, you need a benchmark, and then you need someone dedicated sitting there trying to work out who's not. It's just a bit too prescriptive. I think just leave it to the staff to sort out. They've got it underway. They'll bring it online next year. They have experience of doing assessments of events for years. So I think we just leave it to the staff at this point in time to actually formulate what they think is practical and what's not. Thank you.
Any further speakers on the amendment? Councillor Stroud.
Yes, a question. Thank you, Mayor, through you. I just make sure that if this, and it seems like the mood of the council is not to support this amendment, so if it doesn't get up, does it prejudice in any way the way forward with bringing on some of these recommendations? Because I wouldn't like it to be used that our council didn't support this amendment and therefore we won't apply any of these considerations. Thank you. It's really about the mechanics, I suppose, of what happens when a council votes down something.
Sure. Well, if this amendment is lost, of course, we go back to the original officer's recommendation. As Councillor Power, who is a member on EBSAC, mentioned, there has been some discussion around the metrics and measurements that take place, which is not quite the full extent of what the amendment is. So I think if Director Morton would like to add some extra comments, but in terms of the acquittals and information that's being sought in a general sense, that the metrics are being worked on anyway. Nothing further to add from the Director. Further speakers on the amendment? Under 4.7 and 4.8, I'd like to speak to the amendment. I must say from the outset that point 2, which is sort of the new part, and then we have the points A, B and C. I have very serious concerns about the proposed invasive amendment at point C. I'd like to make the point that all community organisations seek our funding must have a constitution and charter, and through that must have registered office holders. And unlike some pressure groups that operate in the shadows and try to hide their ties between the leadership and their political wing, genuine community organisations that seek funding from council already have a publicly available structure in place. Some of the questions that come to mind in looking at this, and I'm looking at point C, where it's any member, shareholder, partner who has an interest in the sponsorship being granted, this list is obtained. I'm just wondering who's going to be getting the list to work out who has an interest. So, like, will this policy extend to individuals who are seeking funding? Will they have to outline any community or groups which they may be an executive member? I mean, we're all aware of the good work that Mr Shade did for Save Subi before the Save Subi endorsed councillors were elected, and then afterwards he received a heritage grant worth several thousands of dollars. I'm just wondering if this type of link is what's like to be public. What this proposed shift through the policy and the amendment looks to justify seems to be an example of increased transparency, but it does need to be interrogated thoroughly with respect to individual rights to privacy. And this is important because executive members of organisations are required to be named in grant applications. Now, if there's any loophole in this, then by all means, I'd like to see it fixed. But this motion seeks to have complete membership lists tabled as part of an application. So members of a tennis club whose only interest is playing the occasional game of tennis, would they need to be named just to see what their interests are? Where are we going to sit with naming children who are members of junior clubs? Do we name their parents as well, or instead of the children? So where is this approach going to stop? We then need to look at what's been happening over the past years and say, do we want to risk the names of residents who are simply members or have children as members of community groups end up being named in the post and potentially vilified over simply being members of a club? I mean, it seems to me an Erich Milker motion rather than what is needed in a city like Subiaco and in the community we belong. And I'm really worried that this is about a further step in observer culture that's crept insidiously into this council and various committees and groups, which we as a council are responsible. I don't want to see what I'm hearing with anecdotal evidence around business owners and some residents being subject to questionable at best and intimidating at worst behaviour designed to either coerce or silence the intended recipients. This motion seeks to name those who are genuinely active in the community, and I'm worried it's to scare any truly community-minded people from being associated in our council activities. Australia is a democratic state. Western Australia is a democratic jurisdiction, and local governments are also democratic institutions. All of us are elected democratically, and the mayor for now is also democratically elected. I don't want to preside over a council that seeks to implement policies that would be more akin to the policies of Politburo than of a local government in authority in Western Australia, and I urge you not to support this amendment. Any further speakers on the amendment? If not, I'll look to calling the vote on the amendment, please. The amendment is lost 3-7. So councillors, we return to our substantive motion. Do we have any further speakers on the substantive motion? If not, I'll look to Councillor Mansfield to close.
Nothing further, thanks, Mayor.
I'll call the vote on the substantive motion then, please. The substantive motion is carried 10-0. Councillors, we now move to C1, number 138 Bagot Road, Subiaco, on page 15 of our agenda. So councillors, as I said, we're on page 15 of our agendas. We have the officers' report that the three-storey additions and alterations are approved with the officers' recommendation continuing from page 15 to 17 in our agenda. We also have just looking for my alternates list, which isn't on the same page. Just give me one moment. So councillors, we have an amendment, and we also an amendment from Councillor Powell, an alternative from Councillor De Vries. So with the officer's recommendation, we'll start there. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Davis. Thank you, Councillor Mansfield. Councillor Davis.
Thanks, Mayor. Look, it's difficult on the tail end of what has been a number of emotional statements and questions from the gallery to get stuck into this, but that is our job to make a sensible decision based on valid planning considerations. So here we go. Look, there's some similarities between this application and some of the other applications that we've seen in recent times in Daglish. And again, we have to do the same thing with this application as we've done with those, and that is put the emotion aside, put the fear aside, and assess them on purely planning grounds. So, in summary, this application has been assessed against LPS 5, it's been assessed against the residential design codes, it's been assessed against local planning policy 4.8. Now, it does seek minor discretion on 3 design elements, but it is worth considering that, just to explain discretion and explain how it works, that a large percentage of 2-storey additions and new homes in Subiaco require discretion by default. And equally, to take that one step further, a large proportion of Subiaco's building stock that is 100, 120 years old, if it were built today, would require discretion against our current planning policies. So let's just run through the key issues. So it's seeking discretion on the roof pitch, it's seeking discretion on the boundary setback, and it's seeking discretion on the building height. Now, the way in which you can determine whether you think discretion is reasonably given is to determine whether collectively those things are creating an undue adverse impact on neighbouring properties. So the issues that people have raised around this application have been around overshadowing, they've been around overlooking, and they've been around building height. So perhaps we could just assess those individually. Now, with overshadowing, the R codes are 100% clear on this. You are encouraged to avoid overshadowing your southern neighbour by more than 25% of their lot area on the shortest day of the year. This application overshadows itself. It has absolutely no overshadowing effect on any of the neighbours. So in that respect, it's 100% compliant. That takes that off the table. In terms of overlooking, the R codes are also very clear in that overlooking is an issue for living spaces, for active habitable spaces. So that includes bedrooms, living rooms, lounge rooms, kitchens and so forth. Overlooking doesn't apply to stairwells, landings, laundries, bathrooms and the like. So in that respect, the windows that are of concern to the neighbours are in the stairwell, and there are no overlooking issues from the stairwell according to the R code. So again, that can be dismissed and taken off the table. So that leaves setback and building height. So the applicant, between the original June plans and the amended plans from October, has increased the eastern setback to the upper floor by 800 mils. They've reduced the wall height and the overall height by 300 mils. Now, in that respect, the proposal satisfies the design principles for both setback and height when topography, the line of sight, the middle third and nearby development is all taken into account. So I come back to us making non-emotional and reasonable planning decisions. I would argue that there is no reasonable grounds to refuse this application tonight, and I encourage you to support it also. Thanks.
Councillor Mansfield.
Thanks, Mayor Taylor. Look, the basis upon which I'm making this decision and every planning decision that I have made in this chamber is based on a site visit, the officer's report and the relevant planning instruments which the recommendations are based, the public statements made here this evening and the submissions received during the advertising period. I'm dismissing as invalid those submissions received outside the advertising period and those submissions received from properties outside the surrounding area as outlined on page 20 of the officer's report. It's highly unusual to me that additional submissions were received by residents who are not in the immediate surrounding area and who lodged these submissions outside the advertising period. Those invalid submissions appear to have triggered this application to come before council tonight, which is, I actually see it as a very unfortunate subversion of the development application process, but nevertheless, here we are. The initial application was lodged on the 30th of June. It went out for advertising. 2 submissions were received which raised objections. The city then went back to the applicant, and on the basis of these objections, the applicant amended their plans. Their amended plans were received on the 5th of October, and those amended plans included a reduction in the overall height and wall height and increase to the lot boundary setbacks. This is, in all respects, a simple and straightforward development application which should be judged in accordance with the relevant planning frameworks. The applicant has actively taken on board feedback from the city and the submitters and made amendments which they should be commended for. The design also retains the heritage street frontage, which is a positive outcome in terms of streetscape and which I'm sure Doris Bonnier would be very happy about. The additions and alterations proposed are located behind the existing dwelling and are not visible from the primary street. The proposal maintains the general appearance of a single-storey heritage house to the streetscape. As pointed out, I note that this development is fully compliant when it comes to overlooking and fully compliant when it comes to overshadowing. We know that there are a number of similar height dwellings in the surrounding locality. The applicant is seeking minor discretions in relation to roof pitch as well as discretions in relation to overall and wall height. We grant those discretions all the time. The applicant has taken on board the feedback from the city and have amended their plans to reduce the discretions that they seek. I think it's very worthy of your support.
Speaker against the motion? Councillor Powell, did you want to test your amendment? So what I'll be looking for is just to say what your amendment is, and then I'll look for a seconder, and then you can speak to your amendment.
Thank you very much, Mayor. But first, I'd like to ask a question of staff, if I may. Through you, Mayor. Have staff been in contact with the applicant about screening of the opening associated with the stairwell? And has that applicant given any undertaking about screening or frosting the glass or any other way of obscuring the view from the stairwell of neighbouring properties? Thank you.
Manager for Planning Services.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Taylor. Officers have been in discussion with the applicant regarding the screening, and it was noted between discussions with the applicant and the city that there's no actual requirement to have these screened under the R codes as they are compliant. So we have put on an advice note as continued advice. However, we note the deemed to comply and the obligations that we have under the R code. So this doesn't preclude the applicant from putting on their own screening if they so wish in the future.
Thank you. Well, I'll test the amendment now, if that's all right, Mayor. Visual privacy, it's paramount for the continuing enjoyment of lifestyle and amenity of neighbours, and the neighbours have raised concerns about the overlooking of their property from the stairwell. So,
can I just get the second of... thank you, Councillor Stroud. Councillor Powell, did you want to speak to your amendment?
yes, thank you, Mayor. Look, I don't intend to take too long on this amendment because it is minor. It's only in addition to the officer's recommendation, and it addresses only one aspect of the application in relation to visual privacy, and that's in relation to the effect on the Townsend Street neighbours. Now, I'm aware that the amendment I'm proposing can't be enforced. The reason why it can't be enforced is because it relates to a stairwell, and a stairwell under our planning is not a habitable area. So my understanding is the rules about overlooking or privacy, like if it was a window, don't apply. Now, if this project does receive approval tonight, the Townsend Street neighbours will be looking up at a 3-storey home, which may even appear bigger because their blocks slope away further downhill. And at the rear of this building, they're going to be looking at a stairwell linking 3 floors. This opening, and that's the point, it is an opening, not a window, will be an expanse of clear glass, as far as I understand. Now, while stairwells may not be habitable areas, they are relatively high traffic areas, because that's how people move from one part of the house to the other, from one storey to another. And from my own experience, sometimes it's not unknown for people to sit on stairs or have a chat or even a bit of a contemplate. Now, we've heard from the Townsend Street neighbours, one who says she's got a small courtyard, about 25 square metres, which is her sanctuary. She doesn't have another outside area, and she believes she will lose her privacy. Ditto another neighbour who believes he will not only lose his privacy in his backyard, but perhaps some of his living areas. I think in this case there's a bit of a gap in our planning laws, and I think the staff report basically acknowledges that this may be a problem in those advice notes recommending the screening. It is not enforceable and certainly provides no valid planning grounds upon which to refuse this application. So this minor amendment that I'm proposing is about the council emphasising how strongly it supports the staff recommendation, which is consistent with, and that we would like to see this issue addressed. Thank you.
Councillor Stroud.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Powell has addressed this extremely well, so I'm just going to put a plea to the family. It appears that, and to the applicant, that it appears that all these families and neighbours have cohabited very well for quite a period of time, and so this could go a long way to relieving the stress of the neighbours who feel that their privacy are going to be intruded upon. So I just ask that the applicant please consider the possibility of improving this visual access from the staircase with opaque glass. At the very least, 50% of it could go a long way. Thank you. Any other speakers on the amendment?
If there's no further speakers on the amendment, I'll call the vote on the amendment, please. The amendment is carried. Oh, sorry, Councillor Jennings, would you like to vote, please? The amendment is carried 7-3. So we'll resume debate on the substantive motion now with Councillor Powell's amendment. I think we're up to speaker against for the officers for the substantive motion, the amended substantive motion. Councillor Rowe.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. Look, I've been struggling with this one for quite a while. I went around to the home or the two homes in Townsend Road the other day, and unfortunately, the land not only falls from the front to the rear of the applicant's property, but it also falls dramatically down to the east, so from west to east. So I've been studying the ground levels on these plans and note that next door is probably over 1 metre lower than the lowest section of this home. So I've been scratching my head about trying to solve some problems and seeing what could be done about this. It is over height technically, so you don't have to approve it. You could send it away and the applicant could go to SAT or spend some money that way. But these are the sort of issues, the issues that have popped up here you've just discussed, and you did it well, that it'd be absolutely fantastic if the neighbour could consider, hand on heart, and actually do something about the privacy issue. And it's been said we can't enforce it, but we can refuse this based on height, technical height. I've been looking at the roof pitches, trying to work a way of getting the absolute height down. When I was standing in the Townsend Road property the other day, I visualised the height, and I've got it pretty well right. I think that it's about 1.5 metres maybe above the height of the actual front part of the building. And that's going to cut out a fair bit of just natural light and afternoon sun. I was there about 4:30 in the afternoon, I think it was. Okay, technically, once again, that's not an issue, but it's just part of the things that happen when you are developing a property and you visit your neighbours and try and minimise it. The problem with this one is, on a page 24 of the printed agenda, you can see that one of the criteria from the footpath not being able to see the second storey, you can see the height difference between what it is. Okay, so even though the property is technically over height from the natural ground level, if that block was flat, it would be a heck of a lot higher. It could be a heck of a lot higher. So these are the things that you try to resolve as to whether you push back on it or what you do with it. I've asked the question of staff, and I think we've had the answer that the third level I thought might be considered a third level of living space, but it is an existing storage area, I gather, or kitchen area down the bottom, so he's told me that that's not an issue. I have to accept that. I've seen that interpretation different in other areas, but anyway. So I am struggling with it. If this goes to SAT, it may go through as is. I'd like to put the issue to bed. I can't think of a way of lowering that roof any lower without changing the pitch. These are the rules that we bring in. Quite honestly, I think the roof line at the back is not a big issue. Who's going to be looking at it except actually the neighbours on Townsend and at 140, whatever, Bagot. So, really, it could be modified, the roof, to bring it back 1 metre or so without interfering with the room, the floor to ceiling height in the top level. Could still remain at 2400, which is low anyway. But of course you have to do something that falls outside the general rules to do that. You have to lower the pitch or put some peculiar gable on it that's it's got two dimensions on one side, if you know what I mean. But it's very difficult to work out how you'd bring it down. And so I don't know. I've gone through it all. I've been studying it for a long time. I just don't know how it's going to be resolved. I do know it could be a lot worse. But the trouble is the neighbours are lower again. That's the trouble. And it's a pity it couldn't be cut into the hill or into the slope even further. It could be a possibility, but it'll be a completely redesign. So anyway, I'll listen to others and see what you've got to say about it. But I would love to think that the applicant would put hand on heart and say, I'll do something about it, the overlooking. Thank you.
Speaker for the motion? Speaker against? Councillor Hammersley.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. This is very difficult, and I was actually, when I first looked at the plans, quite hopeful that we were home and hosed and it was okay, but as has been correctly pointed out by Councillor Davis, we have to go through this and we have to apply the planning framework. That is difficult on this site. Now, this site is quite a difficult site to design and deliver a 6-bedroom house with 3 bathrooms, a sizable study, a couple of public areas on a Subiaco block, albeit I think this one is a bit bigger than a normal Subiaco block, but even so, it's a big challenge for any architect to do that. They have sought to take advantage of the sloping block, but of course that brings with it some other peculiar difficulties, and that is neighbours. And the other strange thing about this block, which is quite different from many, many places in Subiaco, is that it has a whole series of neighbours who have east-west running blocks up against a north-south block. Right next to me, right now, is being built a house which is being part basement and 2 stories on top of it. But they had the advantage of having a 5-metre lane behind them running north-south and not having anybody butting up against them on their east boundary. Well, I had someone on the east boundary, but not a backyard as such. So it is a really tricky block. And the reality is, though, that those neighbours are there. They've always been there, and they're still going to be there. So with all that in mind, I've scoured the planning documents very carefully. I've asked questions of the staff, in particular about the setbacks. The height, I think, is pretty obvious. It's over height. So you have to exercise discretion to give that additional height. And so it is, just as it is possible to exercise discretion in favour of this build, it's also equally possible to exercise discretion in the other way. So just focusing my limited time on the setback, I asked the staff whether we had any case law that had come out of SAT that talks to us about how we should approach this question in this particular case. And because it doesn't meet the deemed to comply provisions of the R codes, so this is not some weird thing out of Subiaco's LPS 5 or some planning policy. This is something that comes out of the R codes. This is a very serious document that has been approved as a piece of basically legislation, given that it has been incorporated into our R codes and our into our LPS 5, and our LPS 5 has the status of an act. So we've got this provision, 5.1.3, which tells us that buildings are to be set back from the lot boundary to reduce the impact of the building bulk on adjoining properties. That's why we set buildings back. And they're also to minimise the extent of overlooking and resultant loss of privacy on adjoining properties. It doesn't say anything about inside people's houses, it says on adjoining properties. And those words, natural meaning, means that we have to consider the resultant loss of privacy. So there's no case law, but there is quite a good R-codes explanatory guidelines, and I think it's important to read what that says. So a reduction of the R-code.
Yes, if you're coming to an end, Councillor.
Yeah,
Hammersley.
I'm not. Yeah, it won't take long. Setback requirements should only be considered where it can be demonstrated this is preferable for practical or aesthetic reasons and will not be to the detriment of the amenity of adjoining properties, particularly where the reduced setback may result in increased overshadowing, which doesn't apply here, overlooking or lack of privacy. So 2 out of 3 problems are present just because of that strange situation with those east-west facing blocks. And it goes on and says, in these situations, the building design would need to address the design principles, which pushes us back to those design principles, which clearly identify that we are to be concerned with the impact of the building bulk on the adjoining property, and we are to minimise the extent of overlooking or resultant. Sorry, the setback is meant to minimise the extent. So how moving the building closer will minimise, it's impossible. It doesn't do it. So for those reasons, and you know, it's always very difficult when people bring you their dreams like this to say no, but I think that the impact on the east neighbours is too great, so I can't support it. Thank you.
Speaker for the recommendation. Councillor Rowe.
Thank you. It's an interesting point there. The thing that worries me is it was one of the other points of analysis I was doing earlier was the setback from the east side. So my question is going to be to staff, if you don't mind, Mayor Taylor, that this setback from the east side is already got a driveway down that side. So is there any comment from the staff about the interpretation of that in regard to setback? I can see it being more applicable to the west side than the east side, except the west side home starts at about the same level, if not a bit higher. So the impact...
Oh, sorry, I thought you'd finished. So, Manager for Planning Service, did you catch that?
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Taylor. On the eastern side, the setback maintains the existing setback of the dwelling to be retained at the front, so it's consistent with that and obviously the driveway there at the moment. Now, it also includes the veranda at the front of the building, which is in the which is an open element, and it also refers to a portion of wall to be built. Now, going back on Councillor Hammersley's point about visual privacy, to be able to prove that, you'd need to prove that visual privacy under the R-codes is compromised, and it'd be very difficult in a SAT situation to argue that point when the visual privacy is deemed to comply. So that's what we're considering, is that the setback, the additional discretion sought on the setback is considered supportable as the additional wall to be built is generally shorter than the wall where the average height is measured and the setback is calculated. It maintains the current setback of the existing house, and there are no other privacy concerns that relate to the planning framework.
A follow-up.
Oh, yep.
So simply, how close could the home be built? In the new section, how close could it be built to the eastern boundary?
Thank you. And through you, Mayor Taylor, well, it's a 1.16 metre variation now. If it was going to be a new build and not considering the veranda, it could potentially be closer. However, that we're considering on its merits, and it's a 1.16 metre variation. So on the eastern side, it already exceeds what the deemed to comply says. Currently at 3.43 metres.
Councillor Davis.
It's just further to Councillor Rowe's question. Is it not true that an application could be made to do a 9 metre long, 3 metre high wall with zero setback on that side for a single story, for the single story portion of the extension?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Taylor. Yeah, yes, that could be considered, but it would need substantial changes or demolition of the existing house.
Councillor Hammersley.
Yeah, could I just ask a question, picking up on the answer there? It's been put that the consideration under 5.1.3 of the R codes requires you to go and look only at the questions in 5.4.1. Now, my understanding of the law is that you have to give meaning to every section of an act. So by saying that, and also this doesn't actually say go and look at 5.4.1. So I'm wondering what's the authority to suggest that you don't read the plain words of P3.1 under 5.13, which says minimise the extent of overlooking and resultant loss of privacy on adjoining properties. So I'm just wondering how it is that you just say, well, that means all you have to do is look at 5.4.1.
And Jeff for Planning Services.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Taylor. The consideration is based on a planning consideration, and when you look at visual privacy, there's a really clear link with the deemed to comply requirements, and planning schemes should be construed broadly rather than pedantically, and with a practical and sensible approach. So that's come out through previous decisions in the Court of Appeal as well, and essentially that decision goes on to say that planning schemes are essentially written by planners, and planning policies and documents so forth fall under that as well. So it should be construed and really related back to the planning requirements, and that's from the I guess experience and expertise from the planning services branch at the city to say that's something that you would consider. So it'd be very difficult to defend essential visual privacy concerns that aren't related or aren't considered in the R codes and aren't considered in any other planning policy or document that applies to this site.
Councillor Hammersley.
Yeah, can I just confirm though that there is no case law on this, so we're just speculating that that's the interpretation the court would put. That's my first question. And then my second question is, given that this document, this R code document, is replete with definitions and cross-referencing all through the document, and yet there is no cross-referencing or bolding or anything in this part of it, I just wondering what it is that is driving the idea that somehow it should be read narrowly to go back to 5.4.1, because what's the point of this even being in here? 5.4.1's already had to be applied.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Taylor, in response to your first question, that was in regards to some terminology that you provided to us through email about reducing the impacts of building bulk and on adjoining properties. So we couldn't find anything under the SAT decisions database, which referred to that. The case law that I mentioned is actually just a general interpretation of planning schemes. On your second question about the interpretation and why the explanatory guidelines, if they don't mention a specific section, then how can you actually consider visual privacy? Because the visual privacy component is actually referenced in the ARCO's document. So you're referencing something that comes out of the explanatory section, and so I can clarify that question if you like, Councillor Hammersley.
Yes, Councillor Hammersley.
Yes, sorry about that. I probably wasn't very clear. No, the point I'm making is that in the R codes, it's replete with definitions and cross-referencing all through it. And you see it in the bolding, which will always alert you to the fact that something's defined. And then there are cross-referencing, you see cross-referencing where they say, even on the same page, C2.4, right there it says, you know, under clause 5.1.2 C2.1 Roman numeral 3. So you get a lot of cross-referencing in this document, and there's a lot of definitions. But there isn't one in P3.1 that pushes you back to say that all you have to worry about is visual privacy. It doesn't do that. So I'm just wondering why we would read this down to only consider what we've already considered in the visual privacy. We've had to consider 5.4.1, and I understand from the advice we've received, it gets a big tick there. It doesn't have a problem with those requirements. But I can't see why I would just read 5.13 down to only include visual privacy, because that's really about you know, a very specific thing, whereas this seems to me to be broader, saying the extent of overlooking resulting loss of property on adjoining properties. So that's my question.
Manager for Planning Services.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Taylor. I guess it's a difference of opinions. It says, the last dot point says minimise the extent of overlooking and the resultant loss of privacy on adjoining properties. The way you consider loss of privacy is through the visual privacy development controls in the R codes. Unless there's another planning document or reference to a planning policy which considers visual privacy, then all considerations needs to be based on valid planning considerations which would come out of a planning document. That's defined in the R codes as visual privacy. Whether it's bolded or not is not, I don't think, particular or relevant in this situation.
So resuming debate on our item, we've got our amended substantive motion. Do we have any further speakers? Under 4.7 and 4.8, I'd like to speak to the motion. With this matter before us, and we've heard a lot of debate tonight, and I think it was raised both in the report, at the agenda briefing and in the EMIB, the truth of the matter is that this application should not necessarily even be here. And this then becomes more about homeowners' rights as well as the planning decision. The rights of the individual and protection from the potential of an overzealous neighbour objecting to anything that some poor sap homeowner might like for their property. The only reason that this matter is before us tonight is because a neighbour who didn't like the proposal sought to get their mates to send in enough submission to get it before council.
I'd like...
Yes, Councillor Hammersley.
Can I speak? I think that's an adverse reflection on members of our community. There are valid planning grounds, and
so your point of order is that which bit was an adverse reflection?
Where you called people overzealous, and I'd like that recorded. Thank you.
I used the phrase potential of an overzealous neighbour. As I was saying, yes?
I beg your pardon, Mayor, but I believe when the correct process, when an adverse reflection is caused, that the words are repeated and the council does vote on the adverse reflection for it to be recorded.
Through you, Mayor Taylor, in relation to 4.16 of the meeting procedures, local law in relation to adverse reflection, point 4 says if a member specifically requests immediately after their use that any particular words used by a member be recorded in the minutes, then A, the presiding member is to cause the words used to be taken down and read to the meeting for verification, and B, the council may, by resolution, decide to record those words in the minutes.
So, do you want me to read out the phrase that's been asked? Protection from the potential of an overzealous neighbour. Yep. So the governance advice I'm receiving is that now council need to decide if you'd like to record that phrase in the minutes. I would remind everyone we are recording this. There'll be a video, you can play it back if you like. Do we need to vote to record this in the minutes, or are council happy with that there on the screen? Oh, we're going to vote. So would we like to record this in the minutes? That's what I'll put to the vote then. So yes, if you want it in the minutes, no if you don't. Happy with that?
Through the chair, a reference will be made to the mayor making the comment during her address to the item.
Okay, it's carried 7-3. That's now recorded in the minutes. I'll resume my debate on the item. Thank you. How far away are we going to take submissions from regarding people's properties? If someone doesn't like it, do you call up your mate in Albany and get them to put in 4 submissions, and then all of a sudden it's before council and you get council to make the decision and say no? Let's call it for what this is. This seems to be an attempt to bypass the usual process of development applications by family homeowners in Subiaco and instead bring it to council so that possibly favouritism can be applied ahead of planning considerations. The submissions triggering councillors to insist on this coming to council came from outside the normal process, for collecting submissions. At least one is from a close friend and campaign supporter of a councillor who will be voting on this decision tonight. Homeowners should have protection to develop their own property within lawful planning considerations and not be at the mercy of their neighbours and their neighbours' friends on council. This is about the rights of the individual and the rule of law. I don't want to be mayor in a place that flaunts the rule of law and tramples on the rights of the individual homeowner.
In the minutes.
Is the point of order an adverse reflection, or just you'd like the words recorded in the minutes?
Through the chair, councillor, could you advise us who the adverse reflection is about?
The adverse reflection appears to be about the objectors who are in the chambers this evening. The suggestion, as I understood it, was that they make the City of Subiaco a place that flaunts the rule of law.
I'm just saying what I said, Councillor McMullen, which would be an accurate record, which is what this is meant to be, an accurate record. I don't want to be mayor in a place that flaunts the rule of law and tramples on the rights of the individual homeowner. Well, that's what I read out when you said point of order. Well, only if they're accurate. Thankfully, we can record it. Point of order, Councillor McMullen. If you'd like to refer to me with my proper title, I think that would be proper. What are you saying is your point of order? Excuse me, Councillor, if you want it, please use your microphone so it's recorded.
I've said this already. I don't want to be mayor in a place that flaunts the rule of law. I don't think we should give your statement any more airtime than it needs. So if we can just put a full stop after rule of law, I think that'll do it.
So, councillors, we have Councillor McMullen's objection. We can look to voting to put this in the minutes. All those who'd like it in the minutes, press yes. All those who wouldn't like it in the minutes, press no. I'll call the vote, please. So Councillor McMullen, you might need to vote on whether it's recorded or not. So the words are recorded in the minutes by a vote of 7-3. I'll now resume my debate on the item. I'll be supporting the staff professional planners on this application, and I do empathise with the applicants for the time that this has taken and the angst that this has caused. Any further speakers on the motion? Councillor Hammersley?
I've actually spoken. I've got a few questions. Can the staff please confirm that it is the council that holds the power under the Planning Act to make planning decisions, and that without a delegation to the staff, no staff member could make a decision, and also under the Interpretation Act 1984, that when you delegate a power, you do not give up your power, you always hold the power, and you are always responsible for the decisions that are made. Is that correct?
Manager for Planning Services.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Taylor. So in response to your first question about delegations, the local government is generally responsible for determining development applications, and that refers to the City of Subiaco and the governing body, the council, and then that's referred through a delegation to the CEO, and then also referred to officers. Officers act within that delegation in either considering development applications or then putting them to council. I'd need to ask you to repeat your second question, please.
Yeah, under I can't remember the section number, the Interpretation Act, when somebody delegates their power, they're not giving it away, they always hold it. So that's my first question, and the second part of the question was, and as we are the governing body, and I think it's section 2.8, 2.7, we're always responsible because the council is responsible for all of the functions of the local government.
The CEO will take that on notice. Councillor Hammersley.
Another question, seeing it's been raised. This business about objections, is it the case that we have a delegation which delegates decisions like this one to the staff, except in cases where 5 objections are received?
Through Mayor Taylor, yes, I believe that's what the delegation reads.
Could I just, as a follow-on from that, is it the case that that delegation is silent on whether, if those objections are received outside of the advertising period or outside of the advertised area, that they should be considered as valid?
Thank you. And through you, Mayor Taylor, yes, that's correct. The delegation doesn't go into the detail of when objections are received. So whether that's during the consultation process or not, it doesn't have that detail.
Thank you. Thanks for that question. That was my next one too. Is it not the case that there has been discussion informally at this stage about a review of those delegations? That's my first question. And my second question is it not the case that under the planning law that any objection on valid planning grounds must be taken into account by a decision maker. My third question is, do we not commonly see people coming to speak to us about planning decisions? I think of the Forest Street one, when quite a few people in this chamber were quite happy to hear from people from out of the area who came to, say that they were supporting that. So isn't it common for people, both objectors and supporters, to come to this council and make submissions? Perhaps if you answer those, and I've got one more.
So thank you, and through you, Mayor Taylor, the first one is about the review of delegations, and this has come to the attention of officers, and we will look to review and consider the delegations going forward. Your second question was in response to the consideration of submissions, and it's clause 67 of the deemed provisions of the LPS regulations, which look for which requires a decision maker to consider any submissions received. Going by general common sense is that the submissions would normally come from an advertised or submission period, a consultation period. It doesn't actually say that in there. However, there's no ability to capture support or objection that it may have happened many years ago, for example. So it's a common sense approach to consider it within with a consultation phase, for example. And your third question was about people from outside of areas coming, outside of the surrounding or local areas having input into an application. This is very different to other applications which may come in. So the city's public consultation policy has two streams of advertising. This one is in the lower stream, so generally to neighbours, and normally for single house developments, they have a much lower impact and it's much closer by. However, for larger developments, as you mentioned, there is a larger consultation phase and program that the city undertakes. So it is quite normal in those circumstances where you see other people who might be impacted given the larger scale of proposals. So each application is considered on its merit.
My next question is it not the case that commonly, well, in fact, almost exclusively when we are provided with reports on public submissions, including in this case, we are not given the names of the people or their addresses from where those submissions have come. So councillors are reading these documents without knowledge of who the people are that might have objected.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Taylor, the officers do not provide the names of submitters, and that's part of our consultation policy to protect everyone's free ability to actually be involved in the consultation for planning proposals. However, on times before, council has requested the amount of submissions which might come from a certain area, and we have provided that information to council on separate matters as requested.
Just to be 100% clear, in this case, we were not given the names of the objectors.
Through me, Taylor, that's correct.
Councillor Rowe.
I just thought there's a lot of people in the gallery who understand that we are dealing with it. That's the first question. So could we please get back to the matter in front of us? But just for total clarification, of course, we're all aware that whatever decision we make, is it not the case that the State Administration Tribunal will have the last say, not ourselves? Thank you.
Councillor Rowe, should we approve the motion, then there would be no reason for it to be appealed at the State Administrative Tribunal. Yep. So any further speakers? Councillor De Vries.
Sorry, just on the matter of State Administrative Tribunal, is it not the case that in previous developments such as Luty, when we have refused the development application, that they have gone back and actually made modifications which were then accepted by the neighbours? It was something that just was a modification. Is it not the case that sometimes mediation can work and does work, and these refused applications do not go to SAT?
I was answering Councillor Rowe's question regarding SAT, if that's what you were asking. Yep. But if that's your statement, then that's the case. I was just answering Councillor Rowe's question. Did you want to speak to the item?
Mayor Taylor, that was a question. Is it not the case that sometimes they do not go to SAT? Thank you.
Through Mayor Taylor, I don't believe Luty Avenue was refused. I think it was a deferral. But however, in that case, it's a little bit different because Luty Avenue had a flat roof, and the amended proposal came up with a pitch roof, which made it higher. So in this case, if you did it, you'd be suggesting to the applicant that the roof pitch be changed to a flat roof, and the wall heights would generally need to go up to accommodate that. So look, you can have a mediation outside of the process, but then that would have additional discretion sometimes if plans change with our roof pitch controls in the policy.
Any other speakers before I look to close? Councillor McMullen?
Just a question first through you, Mayor Taylor. To me, this comes down to a question of amenity and the impacts on neighbours' amenity. How do we discount the concerns of the people in the chamber tonight? Is it by reliance on the deemed to comply provisions? Is that how, in a planning sense, we can dismiss the concerns as to amenity, or is there something else that we can rely upon?
Manager for Planning Services.
Thank you. And through Mayor Taylor, in considering the discretion for the lot boundary setback, the discretionary principles ask the decision maker to consider overlooking and privacy, and as provided and as I discussed in answer to Councillor Hammersley previously, you'd refer to the visual privacy controls in the planning document and R codes. And in this case, there's no outstanding visual privacy controls which would apply, which you'd have a strong argument not to consider the discretion in this instance.
Councillor McMullen, did you want to speak to the motion?
Yeah, I may as well. Look, I think it's an incredibly technical approach to be told by the neighbours neighbouring this property that that no, there isn't going to be amenity. That's a very hard call for us to make sitting in this room when we've got first-hand evidence from people who live next door to the place saying, well, yes, there is going to be amenity. I really think there's no right or wrong answer to this. Certainly, I don't think it will be. Yeah, I don't know if we go to SAT, then we go to SAT. But I think I've thought long and hard about this, like some of the other people, and it just seems a really clever argument to say, well, yes, we hear you that you say there's amenity, but we think differently. I think that's a really hard call to make, and I'm not going to be voting in support of the proposal.
If there's no further speakers, I'll look to Councillor Davis to close.
Thanks, Councillor Taylor. Sorry, Mayor Taylor. I'll keep it brief. I think we've been kicking the ball around this for a while, and probably enough time. I note that Councillor Powell, when he introduced his amendment, talked about our planning policies as somehow being not adhered to. But I think if you've got a problem with this application, and I think it's been borne out of the debate, if you've got a problem with this application, you've actually got a problem with the R codes. And I think there's, we've had good debate. I think there's been a bit of a deeper understanding of the R codes tonight. So a couple of the other issues that were raised by Councillor Rowe was, again, overshadowing or access to natural light. That's controlled in the R codes. There's a series of mechanisms to measure that. It's been measured. It complies. It's deemed to comply. There's nothing more we can ask of the applicant than 100% compliance. Councillor Hammersley mentioned the development butting up to the eastern boundary. It doesn't butt up to the eastern boundary. Butting up to the eastern boundary is nil setback, which the applicant is well within their rights to propose, but they haven't. They've proposed a 3.431 metre ground floor setback. They've proposed a 4.231 first floor or upper floor setback. Councillor Hammersley also mentioned visual privacy. Again, all of the mechanisms are in place in the R codes. The applicant is 100% compliant with those controls, and we can't ask the applicant to do anything more than be 100%. Thanks.
Please don't interrupt. Councillor Davis, if you'd like to continue, can you put your microphone back on? Thanks.
Sorry. And I'll just finish by saying that, we continually kick around the idea of SAT, and we keep describing it as a decision-making body. It's not a decision-making body. It's an appeals board. And I think we shouldn't be relying on the idea that we can always fall back to SAT as a way of avoiding our obligation to make decisions. They are hard decisions to make. We're not always going to keep everyone happy, but we do have a role to make decisions. So I hope you support the motion.
I'll call the vote on the amended motion, please. The motion is lost 4-6. So, councillors, our next item on the agenda is C8, the appointment of recruiting consultants, which is on page 45 of our agenda. Oh, my apologies, I got a bit carried away. We do move to the alternate now on C1. Sorry, my apologies. We now move to the alternate on C1, number 138 Bagot Road, that the application be refused. Councillor De Vries, I imagine you'll be moving a motion. Do I have a seconder for Councillor De Vries' motion? Thank you, Councillor Hammersley. Councillor De Vries, did you want to speak to it?
I think this has been a long and fairly intense debating period. I think the arguments that have been put forward pretty much cover the reasons why I put an alternate up. I think asking for discretions on height in particular will have an impact on amenity. I think it goes back to my interpretation of how I interpret this discretion, and I'm not prepared to say that I'm satisfied, but I would be hoping that something like a mediation could take place between the developer and the neighbours. It would be my preference. I think in the past that has worked, and it would be good to see that, because this has been a long and hard process for the developers, but also for the people who have been confronted with that development and the prospect of losing their amenity, which in this case is due to the slope, the downward slope. Councillor Rowe has mentioned the fact that it's lower on the Townsend side. I think it's the argument it's not 3 stories, it's 2 stories just does not fit with me, because on the Townsend side it is 100% 3 stories. So I'd hope that this would be sort of a mediation process, and that all parties could reach a mutually agreeable position. That's obviously the best possible outcome. since we can't enforce the screening on the upper walls of the stairwell, the windows on the stairwell, I think that is an issue, and obviously one of great concern to the people on the 137, 139 Townsend Road. The tiny, or rather small, perhaps I shouldn't say tiny, but the small blocks at the back won't allow for much opportunity for screening. If they put trees or bamboo or grow covering, they'll lose their own solar access. So that's another issue of concern, that attempts to ameliorate that loss of privacy and in the impact on amenity will just result in possibly losing access to light, which I recognise is not a planning consideration, but it's an impact that comes about as a result of the additional height. I think the fact that the officers have recommended, and we've put in the failed motion, that we should have opaque light, I think it recognises that this is an issue, it is a problem. It wouldn't have been in the officers' report if there wasn't an issue there, and if we can't address it, then I hope that mediation might be a way forward in order to achieve it. I think all homeowners deserve respect. If they have concerns, if they're anxious, we mustn't take umbrage with that. I think it's our role as councillors to be wise and to take decisions based on consideration of all people. All residents are equal in the eyes of myself, and I'm sure that applies to all councillors. Compliance is always the issue for me. I don't vote one way or the other. I vote on the issue. Is it compliant in my eyes? Are the discretions that are being asked for fair and reasonable? And I just think in this case, the amenity of neighbours is being impacted too greatly, and I would therefore recommend my alternate motion to you. Thank you.
Councillor Hammersley? Sure.
Sorry. Yes, if this carries and there's a refusal, does that preclude the applicant coming to the city and saying, look, we really don't want to go to that? Can we talk about our plans a little further? Or does that end the process for them such that they're confronted with further planning costs, fees and things?
Manager for Planning Services.
Through Mayor Taylor, a refusal will be a determination by the council, and the applicant will either have an option to relodge a new planning application if they so wish to, and pay all the fees and go through all the process again, and then reconsider the design, or they would need to engage in the State Administrative Tribunal review process and pay the fees and be represented in that regard. So there will be no ability for the applicant for essentially a mediation with officers to come back without paying additional fees, for example.
Councillor Hammersley.
So, in the past, I think probably more unwittingly than anything, we've made no decision. What happens then? Where does that leave the applicant?
Manager for Planning Services.
Through Mayor Taylor, no decision can lead to a deemed refusal. However, if there's no decision, there can be an agreement to extend the time frame for the application between the city and the applicant. So if you make no decision, you can extend the time frame and then have something come back to council. However, if there's a determination for a refusal, there's no ability for that.
So, are you going to speak to the motion, Councillor Hammersley, or should I look for other speakers? Any other speakers on the motion? Councillor Rowe.
So just a corollary, thank you, Mayor Taylor. Corollary to that would be that process, which did happen before, had extremely minor changes, in fact no changes to the plan. I think it was changes to the interpretation of the overshadowing, I think, on that other example. So would this allow the applicant to do some changes and come back in without, if there were reasonably minor changes? Would that be, would that attract new fees, or how would that sit if we don't vote for this?
Through Mayor Taylor, if it's refused, it's a new application will go to SAT. we would need to defer it and then work with the applicant. If it's not refused, council could consider a deferral. However, just looking at the plans, I mean, they've got a basement that aligns and they've got a roof. So we could seek to work with the applicant, and they could work with their neighbours if there was another motion of deferral, for example. It does leave some uncertainty to the applicant, so we always like to be clear.
Further speakers to the motion that's before us tonight? I've just got Councillor Hammersy with a hand up.
I'm not sure if anyone else is going to speak, but if they are, I'd be very interested to hear. But I mean, I seconded this because I wanted to have the debate, but I'm certainly open to being persuaded to give the applicant the most flexibility possible now. If they're unhappy with what they've heard tonight, and it is all recorded so it can be reviewed, then with deemed refusal, because it sounds like we're already through the 90 days or 60 days, so they can go to SAT whenever they like. But if they wanted the option to come back and work with the city and their neighbours and just try to get something that everyone can live with, then, you know, I'd like to be able to afford that opportunity if other councillors are supportive.
What's your procedural motion, Councillor Rowe?
That we defer this item until the next council meeting, full council meeting.
I mean, like, the problem is the 30 days. You're going to try and get it back to council in 30 days.
Through you, Mayor Taylor, I was just suggested that I withdraw the alternate. I just want to ask a question through you, Mayor Taylor. Thank you. Regarding the decision being made, I think it was suggested that it would be good to have a decision made one way or another. Were you suggesting that either the refusal, or is that what you were suggesting, that we should proceed with that? Or, I mean, I'm not saying you're trying to direct me, but there was a suggestion there that it's better to be decisive. I just wanted to know what you meant by that. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Taylor, decisiveness provides certainty to both applicants and community members, and should there be a SAT process go through, inevitably the SAT will be asking the council for its reasons in not determining the application, so we'll have to come there. So, you know, certainty certainly helps. Obviously the officer recommendation has been voted down, so that's all I can provide on that. The issue on deferral to the next council meeting, and I'll just comment on that now, is that we've only got a couple of days, a week to finalise the agenda. That in no way gives the applicant sufficient time to consider revised plans, prepare the revised plans, and officers enough time to assess the revised plans and put it up. So you're looking at a deferral to the next meeting next year in February.
The councillors, we do have a moved motion and a seconded motion, so we do need to deal with what's before us at the minute.
Through the chair, councillors, there is no procedural motion concerning deferring an item for 1 or more months. So the only way to deal with this is to defeat the motion that's currently before the council, so it's off the books, and then you could pass a motion to reconsider it. But as the manager has just said, it won't be possible to get this item back on the agenda for December, because our internal deadlines close on Monday, and as you can tell from the extent of the debate, this evening, it's not going to be resolved very quickly, I don't think.
Councillor Jennings.
Thank you, Mayor. This is by way of a question more than anything else. There is a motion, or seems to be a procedure in the meeting laws under 2.56B, where it says a motion of which notice has been given is to lapse unless the council on the motion agrees to defer consideration of the motion to a later stage or date. So that's suggesting that that can occur. Thanks.
Through you, Mayor Taylor. That's in relation to an elected member's motion. What we're dealing with here is an alternative to a matter that's on the agenda. Through you, Mayor Taylor, the procedural motion that would allow you to move on without dealing with this is that you would need to move 7.5, which is the procedural motion to move on to the next item of business.
Councillor Davis.
Through you, Mayor, just further to Director Hawkins's comments there, if we were to do that, the substantive motion that's just failed would be a deemed refusal.
That's correct.
So, councillors, we can continue to, I'm looking to put this to the vote so we can move on, or we're looking to move a procedural motion to move on to the next motion of business. That's your two options. So I've got a mover in Councillor Rowe to move on to the next item of business. Do I have a seconder for Councillor Rowe? Councillor Jennings? Seconder. So I'll put to the vote the motion to move on to the next item of business, the procedural motion. The motion is carried 6-4. Councillors, it's 8:35 p.m. I'll take a 5-minute break. It's been 2 hours since our last adjournment. We'll adjourn until 8:40 p.m, please. leave C8 to potentially be considered when we get to the end of our public meeting, because as the CEO has pointed out, given the internal communication emails, we may need to discuss that behind closed doors, so it would be logical to consider moving that towards the items in 13. And our next item is C9, which was a late report to Council regarding the local government mandatory code of conduct. This seems to be a relatively straightforward item. Oh, actually, you're correct. It is on block. My apologies. I had inquired about it whether it could be, and I'm glad that it has. So, yeah, Councillor Hammersley.
Mayor Taylor, actually, in case it's important, I just mention it was in our en bloc. Sorry, it was on our en bloc list, but you didn't actually call it, so I don't know what its status would be.
It would be, you're correct. I've got too many sheets with different numbers on it. On my record sheet, which I've been taking very good notes, it wasn't en bloc. So, councillors, because this came as a light item, it was discussed about its possibility of being en bloc if there was no objections, but it was considered that because it was late, we should have it as an item. We'll be having that now. And councillors, I must say, if you're thinking that it would have been good that we voted for it en bloc, then let's just progress through this item quickly. We did have the letter. Councillors are well aware of what's in this motion, so I'm hoping that we can progress promptly to further decisions to be made this evening. So do I have a mover and a seconder? I've got Councillor Stroud and Councillor Mansfield. Anyone intending to vote against? I'll call the vote then, please. I just called the vote, I'm afraid, Councillor. I said, is anyone intending to vote against? Everyone shook their heads, and so I called the vote. I think that's everyone. We're down to 9 as Councillor Rowe is now an apology. So the motion C9 is carried 9-0. So councillors, we'll move to 11.1 on page 50 of our agenda. Elected members' motion, of which previous notice has been given. It's the temporary nib outside 107 Nicholson Road, Shenton Park. We have an elected member motion from Councillor Jennings. I assume you're moving your motion? And do I have a seconder for Councillor Jennings' motion? Thank you, Councillor De Vries. Councillor Jennings, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Currently, the business at 103 Nicholson Road is being adversely affected because its trucks and customers' cars are regularly prevented by the illegal parking in front of its crossover from entering or leaving the premises. The nib is being proposed as a temporary and inexpensive measure to return the area to one that is safe and usable as per the mandated parking and access arrangements. The city's staff have confirmed a nib is an appropriate measure that should prevent illegal parking. Whether the nib is to stay or not will be considered as part of the future Nicholson Road streetscape decision making. But in my opinion, something has to be done to ensure that the business at 103 Nicholson Road can operate its business normally, which includes having egress and ingress into its premises through the crossover. The proposed nib is much smaller at 1.2 metres than the one under consideration at the October Council meeting, which was 2.5 metres in length. Unfortunately, an alternative suggested solution of removing the middle white line in the parking area outside 107 Nicholson Road is unlikely to prevent the obstruction of 103's crossover. The reason being is vehicles parking behind another vehicle already parked to the front of the parking area outside 107 Nicholson Road cannot see any middle line marking as the front vehicle usually parks over it. And staff's comment on this, my motion, confirms that or implicitly confirms that would be the case. Also, drivers parking behind the first parked car can see but continue to ignore the no parking signs outside or near the crossover, the yellow road markings indicating no parking, and for the last 3 to 4 weeks, the prominent sign that the owners of 103 Nicholson Road have kindly put on the footpath, asking those parking there not to park in front of the crossover. There are parking bays to the immediate east of the no parking area in front of the crossover. The line removal suggestion, however, accepts that there is only one full bay in that area and accepts that there is a problem that needs fixing. In my opinion, backed up by staff work around the effectiveness of a nib, which was part of the options presented at the October meeting, the best interim fix is for a temporary nib as being proposed. It was indicated during debate at the October council meeting by various councillors that the consideration of the nib proposal should be extracted out and dealt with by council separately from the other streetscape works. But it was not possible at the last minute during the meeting to separate out this aspect, and this motion seeks to address that. And finally, there's nothing improper or inappropriate in council now looking at this matter specifically, and the previous meeting's outcomes don't prevent this. And I commend my motion to you all. Thank you.
Councillor De Vries.
The idea of the construction of a temporary nib seems a solution which will sort the problem of parking out, and that's what we're looking for. It's not going to impose a great financial burden on the city, and in the interim period of 4 to 5 months before the council makes a decision on the Nicholson Street upgrades, I think we do need something to ensure that parking is orderly and lawful. Let's not forget, this is just a parking issue, really, but it's also a safety issue as well. And there would be concerns that if we leave that unresolved, it would perhaps result in something like an accident or something more serious. So let's just go back to what's happening. I think the cars parking across the bays, maybe there'd be some marginal improvement with the painting of the lines, but I think we have to be proactive on this one and ensure that there's free flow of traffic in the crossover and driveway. I think it's really interesting how, parking fines seem to be something that Subiaco is sometimes famous for, but we haven't been issuing parking fines here. We haven't had a parking officer standing there issuing parking fines. And I guess that's an option, perhaps, I don't know, but far better than that would be to put some resources into this simple solution, a temporary solution of a concrete nib to just ensure that people park safely and possibly get into a habit of learning to park in a way that doesn't impose on the party hire entrance. I think hearing from the problems facing the business and also hearing from the concerns from Whole Food Circus again, I think let's just avoid that and let's just focus on getting this right, ensuring that parking is legal. This nib is temporary, but it will do the job of ensuring compliant parking. So I commend this to you elected members, and let's hope we can solve this problem for the short term. Thank you.
Speaker against the motion, Councillor Mansfield.
I know that we are all keen to come up with some sort of resolution, with the numerous kind of issues that are being faced down at Nicholson Road. I'm just not sure that this is the right solution at the right time. Last council meeting, we made a decision. That decision was that the information is obtained from the respective authorities to ascertain costs associated with relocating their respective infrastructure, and that the city officers develop a community consultation process for consideration by council for engagement with respective stakeholders in the development of a holistic streetscape plan, as well as associated costs. So I kind of feel like this is almost preempting the outcome of that strategic process. I do appreciate the parking issues that have been raised, but I feel like the installation of this temporary nib is maybe jumping the gun a little bit, and it quite possibly may need to be removed, down the track. We do know that not all stakeholders have been informed or consulted regarding this proposed course of action. We've heard from the owners of the Whole Food Circus that they have not been contacted by the city in relation to what's being proposed tonight. So I guess all I'm sort of saying is let's show fidelity, if you like, to the previous council decision. Let's let that strategic sort of process play out, and let's not necessarily preempt a solution which may not, bear out as a result of the consultation process. So that's the reason that I'm not going to support this one tonight.
Speaker for the motion, Councillor Hammersey.
Thank you. Look, I do understand that there's probably some feelings of confusion about how we're here a month later, but what I hoped would have happened after the last meeting is that our community would have been alerted to the issue sufficiently where they would just stop doing it, and then we wouldn't need any nibs and the yellow paint would do its work and everyone would be happy, but that hasn't happened. I think it's been going on for 2 or 3 years. That's a very long period of time. And this does not preclude changes, although one must be realistic that the discourse is not great and, but let's remain hopeful. It is a fairly small expense. I don't know how much time has been spent on this, but I've certainly spent a lot of time on it, and I think our staff have spent a lot of time on it, and they've got other work to do. I would really hate to see any suggestion that we should be issuing parking fines to change people's behaviour. That would have to be an absolute last resort. And particularly in an area like this where there is parking available, really don't want to go down the parking fine stretch. But meantime, I think people are entitled to the courtesy of not having people park over their driveway. The safety issue, there's a debate about whether it's a safety issue or not. I don't think you even need to get there. It is just unfair for people to be parking across someone's business driveway. Most of our residents would not allow it to happen on their own home driveways. So I just think that it is temporary. It might work and maybe things will settle down. If it doesn't, then people can keep working on other solutions. And it can be taken out. So I will be supporting. Thank you.
Speaker against the motion, Councillor Davis.
Thanks, Mayor Taylor. Look, yeah, I won't be supporting this for much the same reasons as Councillor Mansfield. I'm still confident there's a solution for everyone who's still left in the room, who's got a vested interest in this issue, and you've sat through almost 4 hours of some pretty interesting council debate to listen to this. So I guess that's testament to your involvement or your dedication to the issues. So, look, Councillor Mansfield read out the motion that we endorsed last month. We've put something in train. Let's just let that play out. If it turns out that there's not a solution that comes out of that, we've basically set our staff on a mission to explore further and broader options to find a solution for everyone. If it bears out that that doesn't happen, then so be it. But we've set that in train. Let's let that play out. Let's see what that bears out. This to me feels like we're jumping the gun a bit. It's a bit of a distraction. If this is where we end up, then great. But I just don't want us to get into a pattern of making a different decision each month on this while something's happening that we've put into train a month ago. So I won't be supporting it for that reason.
Speaker for the motion, Councillor McMullen.
It's actually a question, please. I'm just wondering if staff can comment on whether this temporary solution could harm or skew the results that we're collecting as part of the broader permanent solution, or is it more just a case that ideologically there's a reluctance to roll out a temporary solution when we're seeking a permanent one?
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Taylor. City officers don't believe that it will skew any results that we're looking at and any options that are involved. As you'd all be aware, a nib in that location has been part of the 4 options that was previously put, and obviously the council resolution the city officers are working on. But I'll just make a comment that options or anything going back to the community, or indeed a council workshop before we go back to the community, is going to take a number of months because the utility providers take 2 to 3 months to get any figures through to us, and they do rely on other utility providers. Bearing in mind that there's about 5 utility providers that actually go down Nicholson Road, including gas, electrics, etc., including moving that transformer. We could take 2 to 3 months to get an actual cost to move that. So as what I'm saying is that it's going to be a number of months, 6, 7 months possibly, before a resolution comes out on what is proposed on Nicholson.
Councillor McMullen.
That basis, I'll speak for the motion. I wouldn't have favoured anything that might have harmed our prospects of solving this issue, but it seems that no harm's going to be done. What it will do is nip any safety issues in the bud over the course of the next few weeks and months. I suppose if we're to weigh up the pros and the cons of doing this, the pros are that we solve a long-standing parking issue. The cons are that we might look like we don't know what we're doing. If it was the latter we're concerned about, I think we'd struggle to make any decisions in these chambers. Sometimes people's views on issues change, and I was a bit surprised to see this come back after last month, actually, because I thought we'd workshopped it prior to last month's meeting. But thoughts evolve, nibs come and go, and look, in this case, I think all the options that we considered at the workshop involved a nib. So it's going to happen. This might just be a way of easing some parking issues in the short to medium term, and it's not going to cost a great deal. So there doesn't seem to be a reason not to do it. As long as the owners of Whole Foods Circus and their many thousands of patrons understand that this isn't the final solution, and we're looking at sprucing up that section of Nicholson Road for the greater good, there's really not a lot of harm that can come from it. So happy to support Councillor Jennings and Councillor De Vries on this.
Speaker against the motion? Under 4.7 and 4.8 of the presiding of the local law, I'll speak briefly against it. We did have a very, very long debate last month. as you know, I looked at the possibility of how we could put something in this in this location to address safety and to address equitable access, and hope to improve relations with everyone down there, because that would be a lovely outcome. On the advice and after some discussion and seeing the work that was already coming into play from the city officers with respect to the camera that's there, the sign that's gone up, and looking at removing the black line, I did withdraw my and therefore change my kind of thoughts on this. The officer's comment is quite clear. City officers do not favour a temporary nib, but favour a more permanent solution being included as part of the options in the proposed community consultation process. And I think that element of the proposed community consultation process is why this is tricky for me. As has been discussed several times, the empathy for how irritating it is when someone parks over your driveway is clear, and I understand that that is something that does need to be addressed. I've had assurances from the CEO that the line parkings will be made very clear that it is one space only, and that's going to be occurring anyway. And so for those reasons, I'm taking the city's approach on this and showing, and that's where my position has landed. Speaker for the motion. Councillor Stroud.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for explaining your position, because it was a bit confusing there with the backwards and forwards discussion on elected members and the temporary nib. And I'm surprised to actually read that says that the city officers do not favour a temporary nib when they have just explained to us that the consultation process could take 6 to 7 months. I believe we have to consider the fact that this is not, yes, it's called a parking issue, but it's an access issue. It's an ingress and egress issue with the parking of Perth Party Hire, a company that has been there for over 30 years and has seemingly gone along really comfortably with the arrangement until the new business of Whole Foods Circus moved in. Now, yes, we agreed to the consultation process at our last meeting, and I think it was Councillor Jennings said that we all expected everything would settle down and we'd just look forward to this stakeholder engagement and so on. But let's face it didn't settle down. Instead, we've been inundated with emails and photographs of who's parking where, and and who's parked across and cars parked across the access into Party Hire, and pictures of Party Hire not parking in their parking space, probably because they don't want to run the risk of not being able to get out again. It hasn't stopped. And I can't see any stop to this unless we take some action. And that's where I feel we've all agreed tonight. I feel that the last thing we want is police officers, not police officers, but we might end up having police officers if we have accidents, but parking officers down there fining people because that, compliance is required in this area. So rather than enforcing that, let's put in this temporary nib. It's a far better solution than compliance officers. It will see out our 6 to 7 months, thereby take some pressure off the situation. It will hopefully achieve the access to the Party Hire site so they can just get on with their business as they have for the last 30 odd years. And I don't believe it's going to interfere with the end result. If anything, it may well give us a good indication of just how it works, just how that simple change of $1,600, 1.2 metres, just may make a nice difference to that area. And I think that would be really worthwhile feedback when we sit down at the table with the stakeholder engagement. So I do encourage you, councillors, to support this temporary NIB. It is a very, very sound idea. Thank you.
Any further speakers on the motion? If not, I'll look to Councillor Jennings to close.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't think I'll add. Everything's been said, and let's vote. Thank you.
I'll call the vote on the elected members' motion, please. The motion is carried 6-3. Yep, 13. So, councillors, we're up to 13 because we have no new business of an urgent nature. As discussed, I had moved C8 into this item. The procedural motion 7.1H of the procedural meeting procedures local law, that the meeting be closed to the public pursuant to section 5.232C, D and E 3 of the Local Government Act 1995, while these items are considered. I've got a mover and Councillor Mansfield and a seconder and Councillor Davis. Can I please take the vote to go behind closed doors? It's carried 9-0. Thank you. we are now back on our live streaming and just reporting back in on the decisions that we've made. On C8, the appointment of recruitment consultants, Lester Blades was recruited to assist in the recruitment of the Chief Executive Officer. Minta Ellison was appointed to provide legal services. A recruitment panel comprising of Mayor Taylor, Councillor Mansfield, Councillor Hammersley, Councillor Stroud and Councillor Jennings was appointed. Oh, sorry, and Councillor Powell. Do you want to read that out as well? Point 4. Before any work is undertaken by the panel with a lawyer, a workshop is to be held with the recruitment consultant on a date/time that allows all elected members wishing to participate to attend, to allow discussion of issues relating to the content of the CEO position description, selection criteria, interview process, key performance indicators, and contract of employment. That does it. And point 5, following the workshop referred to in Resolution 4, the panel is to work with the recruitment consultant and lawyer to draft the CEO position description, selection criteria, interview questions, key performance indicators, draft contract of employment, and recommend the selection and appointment process for council approval prior to advertising the position of the CEO. These were all carried as part of C8. We then had a number of property matters to consider. P1 to P7 were passed by council, and the details of those decisions will be released as part of the minutes. They were all carried as per the recommendation. Thank you. So we've now come to the end of our meeting. I declare the City of Subiaco Ordinary Council meeting of the 17th of November 2020 closed at 10:39 p.m. Thank you, staff and councillors, for your time.